So for those of you joining us on YouTube, to be clear, no, I didn't rage quit last time. It was like well into when I was at my cutoff point. So I was like, well, that's a good time to go ahead and chop off for the night. And I've never really rage quit to my knowledge. There might be sometime somewhere, but I'm pretty sure I haven't. I am going to rage quit now because Sean just donated. I can't deal with Sean donating to me. It is the worst of all things. So anyways, let's get some health here. But I wanted to address something. But first I'm going to address Sean. Thank you, Sean. As always, I will jot that down for what I believe at this point is your usual. Yeah, I have board quit games before. That's a little different. And I'm actually really harsh with that requirement internally. Like, it takes a lot for me to finally consider, can we just move on from this one? And I usually ask the viewers, too, is that okay? Because I do not like to board quit games. But, so no rage quitting, right? It's also relatively rare that I get actually angry on camera. It has happened. I know this because it's usually caught in highlights. And you're thinking, oh, it's when you yell and rant, right? No. No, it's really easy to tell if I get actually angry because I will go silent. If you ever see something happen in a game and I just sit there quiet, that's real anger. Now, the thing I'm embarrassed about, the thing that actually is humiliating to admit, is every now and again, I have lost my temper. And that's always embarrassing. Because I don't like losing my temper. When I was a kid, I used to lose my temper semi-frequently. And the older I get, the less it happens. But it does still happen periodically. And I really hate it every single time it does. Because, and I'm going to define this, just to make sure I'm being very clear about this. When I lose my temper, I'm not actually angry. In fact, whatever I say when I lose my temper is probably not something I actually think or feel. That's why I call it losing my temper as opposed to being upset. Because I'm not actually upset. I don't mean whatever I'm saying, right? So, that sucks. I try to minimize those incidents. The good news is that I haven't actually lost my temper in real life, you know, as in not on camera, not on the stream. In about 8 years now would be the last incident. What if you talk about when I wasn't sure if they were trying to scam me? No, that wasn't temper. Once again, temper has nothing to do with actually being angry. Trust me, if what I thought they were trying to do was legitimate, that wouldn't be me losing my temper. That would be me being angry, and possibly taking them to court. Hey, grab guard. Is 2D or 3D Mega Man better? Do me a favor, J. Palmer. Look on the review page and look at how well I scored Mega Man 11, which, for context, is a 2D Mega Man. Mr. Red. I do firmly think a 3D Mega Man can work, don't mistake me. In fact, I mentioned an idea earlier. Metroid Prime. Is it best to start with Mega Man 1? That's always one of those weird questions. I pretty much never recommend someone starts with the very beginning of a given franchise. There are very few exceptions to that. Mega Man is not one of those exceptions. I would say if you're first getting into Mega Man, trying to decide if this is the kind of games you would like, try Mega Man 2 or Mega Man 4. Now, 2 is my old answer. 4 is my new answer, because after the review, 4 actually turned out to be pretty damn good at what it is. A helmet, what's wrong? Yeah, Kingdom Hearts is a very rare exception. And even that... Cards Against Knockdown, that'll be helpful. You miss out on story if you skip out on 1. Well, no, but even if you did... There's kind of an asterisk there. See, the thing is, the reason, for those of you not familiar with this, the big reason why I almost never recommend starting with the first bit of work is because you can always go back to it if you like it. The first bit of a work is almost always not really indicative of the work in question. Imagine, really quick, for those of you who are familiar with Dragon Quest, you know, the Dragon Quest series, imagine thinking, okay, I need to get someone else to see if they like the Dragon Quest series. Do you start them with Dragon Quest 1? The answer is, of course you don't. Dragon Quest 1 is barely a Dragon Quest game. Same thing with Final Fantasy 1, or Mega Man 1, or Mario 1, or whatever. Yeah, exactly. There's early installment weirdness, and there's first game syndrome. Even a more modern series like Assassin's Creed 1 is just fundamentally different from the other ones. So, in general, I rarely recommend you pop that. Instead, what I do is I try to think of what I consider to be the seminal work. The work that is most like itself. TNG Season 3, Final Fantasy 4, Super Mario Bros. 3, Dragon Quest. Dragon Quest is a little bit tricky, because that's when we have to get into availability. Because I would say the DS Dragon Quests, 4, 5, and 6, are by far the most seminal Dragon Quests, but the fact of the matter is getting a hold of those is a pain right now. So if you have access...
Are you ready?
You know. If you don't... See, I wouldn't start someone with 11. I would consider starting someone with 8. 8's a little bit more accessible. What's the seminal Kingdom Hearts? 2. Although, ironically, Kingdom Hearts doesn't really have the same seminal thing, because there is no such thing as a Kingdom Hearts game, really. No, really. Think about it. There are only 2 games in the Kingdom Hearts series that are like each other. Birth by Sleep, and 2. 358 is off in its own territory. 1 has its own early awkward jank weirdness. The less we say about Chain of Memories, the better. 3 is a completely new reinvention of several core game mechanics and how the game flows and story and all that fun stuff. Coded is fun. I like Coded. But it has nothing to do with the rest of the franchise. There is not really a seminal Kingdom Hearts. It's only 2 by default. And like Darker I mentioned earlier, I wouldn't recommend you start with 2.
The key we're looking for is probably in this room. Be careful, Mega Man.
I can see my future right now. And I am not liking it. I need to look something up here. Give me 1 second, please. I've been doing manual save states as like a safety save thing. We haven't used any yet, so we're still not in cheat land. But I gotta see if there's like a hotkey for save stating just to make this a little bit easier. Because I've been doing it via the menu each time when we go manually save. That's true, but that depends on counting a 0.2 as a game, Darkrai, which I don't know if I'm willing to do that. Here we go. We're going to save there. Load there. Good night, Sean. Okay, so we're going to do a quick tech test here. Perfect. Okay, cool. See, I feel like I don't want to be down there.
Hey, man. What kept you so long?
I had to go to bed, dude.
If you're looking for the key, I've got it right here. Just messing with you. I did get the key, but the Master Reaver bot ate it. I asked him real nice-like if he'd give it back to me, but he's not the friendly type, you know what I mean? You can have the key, if you can get it back from him. I mean, there's 3 more keys. Claymore will probably figure out a way to get them, so it's no skin off my nose. I better be going. See ya!
Peace. Yeah, I love how he's just holding his blade there because it's attached to his hand. Of course it's a frog. Oh, I see. Oh god, camera. Oh god, camera. Okay. Oh god, this is so unresponsive. What was that? You're attacking me with bubbles? That hurt a lot? Wow. It was in the upper right, Jay Palmer. It's a little bit worse, because bubbles don't taste that good. True fact. You can take that to the bank. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think I would start someone with Dragon Quest VIII.
This is it, Mega Man.
Dragon Quest VIII is literally the first Dragon Quest game as we got them localized here in the States. And it's the first one that... It's very accessible. And it's a generally good game, even though it still has some issues, right? I think Dragon Quest VIII would qualify as the seminal Dragon Quest game. And then if they like it, then they could go back and play through 4, 5, 6. And then if they can get a hold of it, they can play 9. They can skip 10. They will never play 1 through 3. Mr. Red would try and fail to troll, which is pretty normal, really. I would remember to put up some positives and negatives. Oh, actually, there's another one.
The key we're looking for is probably in this room. Be careful, Mega Man.
Oh, yeah, they shut down the 3DS store, didn't they? Jesus Christ. 8 was accessible. I love how I can't hit him from here. I literally cannot reach him from there. Hey, Milker Blade. Oh, God. What? What? But he fell over. I thought I was supposed, okay. I figured I was supposed to pick him up, because, you know, I can do that with frogs. And then, you know, toss him, and then... Oh my god, I think I've done a grand total of 2 damage to this guy. Look, like, see? Oh, I gotta knock him over. Okay, I get it. What the hell was that? Oh, I see. Well, that thing killed me. I know Melkor Blade. It's weird, isn't it? See, I got lucky. Most of the Dragon Quest games or other inaccessible games like that, I bought when they came out. So I still have 4, 5, and 6, you know, physically, locally. So I'm good to go on streaming those someday. Same with 9. I actually have 2 copies of 9.
This is it, Mega Man.
And I have 8 on the 3DS. So, you know, ooh.
The key we're looking for is probably in this room. Be careful, Mega Man.
Good morning, Roman Cure. Good morning, Dakota. Alright, bubbles, or what? Okay. Annoyances upon annoyances of that. It seems... Oh, Jesus Christ. Come on, game. I know you don't like being responsive, but I need you to be, like, a little bit responsive. Like, when I hit a button, it'd be nice if you thought about doing what I said you'd do. Like there. Actually, I did, J. Palmer. Sure, we'll shoot at this guy now. Hey, you. Okay. Well, we've got his health down by about 1/6. We're getting better. It's definitely the word to describe what's happening here. I do not, Starcry. I also have no upgrades. By 1/6, Mike Tomato. We also have Sputnik Lock, who can put that towards up to 3 things if they want to, but for now I'll put it towards just one thing. AC Valhalla. Yeah, this game... I've given my opinion on this many times. I do not like the blur filter that the N64 and the PS1 put on it to hide the pixels. Now, in some cases, it looks, you know, pretty crap. But I'll still prefer to see the pixels. And in some cases, it actually looks better. So, shrug. I've thought about going back to town, and I should probably explain why I haven't yet, because if you've been paying attention to this playthrough, and I don't blame you if you haven't, we have not gotten a single upgrade other than this helmet and 1 health upgrade. Actually, excuse me, that's not quite correct. We have had 3 upgrades. We bought a canteen, which I believe is currently empty. Yep. So, we bought a canteen, 1 health upgrade, and we found the helmet. That's it. And you're probably thinking, but why, Lore? Is it because you're dumb and stupid? Well, no. It's because when we entered this dungeon, as in, you know, yesterday evening after doing all the playthrough, we didn't have enough money to buy any upgrades, and upgrades are either bought or procured. So we didn't get any. Now, we've gotten about 25,000 Zenny in here, so we could probably afford some upgrades now. But my thought process is, and continues to be, well, once we're done with this dungeon, we'll go ahead and get some freaking upgrades. We're just running into a couple of problems with that because boss design is something that the Mega Man Legends people have probably heard of before. What am I even targeting? What am I targeting? No, there's actually... It was actually a software thing, J. Palmer, that was built into the PS1 and the N64. I actually have it off on the emulator. So you don't have to deal with that. I'll no longer be targeting the wrong friggin' thing. Well, I can see Jack Black playing a villain. As long as he's singing, that's really important. Now we're targeting the wrong thing. Twice, actually. There we go. Oh yeah, this goes back to what we were talking about yesterday with NES games. Some games are difficult, and some games have... shoot, I can't remember. I said it perfectly. Some games have good difficulty, and some games are difficult, and I can't remember how I phrased it now. Wow, these bubbles just chase, don't they? Look at this. That's bubble lead, yep. My favorite part is I swear it's doing it on purpose and spawning one of the trash when the boss is in a vuln state, just to ensure I don't get any hits on the boss. That was it. If there's a game that's difficult, then there's a game that's being difficult. I didn't come up with that though, someone else did. And we're dead. Now, imagine if there wasn't a save point right at the boss. This is usually when I pull up like if I was back in the day, I'd turn on my TV and start watching something, or, you know, nowadays pull up a YouTube video and just start watching something else while I'm playing.
The key we're looking for is probably in this room. Be careful, Mega Man.
Yeah, it's the Gulf line of thought. You're not really fighting the boss, you're fighting the course. I know it doesn't completely translate, but whatever. By the way, funny little fact, we were talking about different types of platformers. Would you believe this is actually a commit platformer? Once you have jumped, you cannot readjust. I mean, Imperial Star Destroyer already flat out told me there's going to be a ice dungeon and a water dungeon, and that I'm going to dislike both. And coming from someone who likes the gameplay of this game, that's concerning. Yeah, by the way, for those of you who are not familiar with the Mega Man series, the Mega Man games are usually what I call precision platformers, because you have a tremendous amount of control of your jump and your jumping arc. Unlike what's happening right now. Mid-air adjustment is kind of a thing. Are you gonna... There you go. Or not. The problem... So, my opinion, as someone who's really into platformers and has actually reviewed quite a few at this point... We've actually reviewed more platformers than almost any other type of game, by the way. Fun thing. Anyways, is you have to be very, very careful about your level design and about your jumping arcs in order to make a commit platformer work. It requires a lot of design. And good design. And it's probably harder to do than any other type of platformer. Yeah, that's also true. Most commit platformers tend to be pretty short. Like, even the longest Castlevania game is maybe a 2-hour game if you know what you're doing. Oh yeah, let's just get eaten by those bubbles. That's what I want. Come on, game. Game! Game. I don't remember. I haven't played ActRaiser in a long time. Wrong way. I mean, not to throw too much shade, but there's a pretty big difference in quality of gameplay between, say, the... I can't remember what it's called, but the Castlevania version of Bloodstained we played, which is probably the best commit platform I've ever played, ever, and Ghosts and Ghouls, which might actually be the worst. Yeah, we're going to take a quick degauze break here. Let's see, ActRaiser, there it is. That's a little loud. There we go. Actually, no, they aren't, Jordan. That's the funny part. T. That's our name now. As in Mr. Sir T. I should have named myself Loin. Blah, 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 blah. Story. Nobody cares about story. You. Nope, it is not a commit platformer. You can see right there. I can stop my jump. I can adjust it in midair like that. See? So this is not a commit platformer. Because that's pretty much the defining feature of a commit platformer. You jump, you're stuck with it. While I'm here, because I can just do this. Excellent, Jordan. Sue them. Sue them all. Come on. There we go. Yeah, so as you can see, Super Ghosts and Ghouls is based on sprite design. It hopes you look at the pretty visuals and ignore how terrible the game is. Because this is a commit platformer. With 2 health, while we're on the subject. It's okay, you got a double jump. Oh, and we're dead on the first screen. Oh, and good luck getting through it the first time without knowing what you're doing. But anyways, so, now that we've explained what a commit platformer is.
This is it, Mega Man. Are you ready? The key we're looking for is probably in this room. Be careful, Mega Man.
By the way, no, I'm never reviewing that. Don't ask. There are easier and better games to torture me on if that's all you're interested in. What? You jackass. I think I own ActRaiser 1. Because, and I know this is going to shock you, I actually liked the non-platformer parts of ActRaiser 1. Cuphead? Tell you what. The day I actually successfully managed to review WoW Vanilla, I'll think about reviewing Cuphead. What's bad about ActRaiser 2? It has nothing other than platformer elements. It doesn't have the populous minigame going for it. Right now, Retribution's actually already funded. It'll be great. We'll do like a block of all the terrible games I hate. Excuse me. All the great games I hate. How the hell does zombie mode work? Anyways, God, I hate this game so much. Can you at least target the thing that's right in front of me? Big Rigs Racing. Alright, and the review's done. Whew, that was a rough one. But no, someday we'll do, like, all the Dark Soulses. And, let's see, we got Cuphead. What's some other, like, awful games? Awful is still the wrong word. I'm misspeaking. Games that would be awful to stream is what I mean in my head. We already did Bloodborne.
This is it, Mega Man.
We've never done Sekiro. Or, sorry, we've never done Demon Souls. We have done Sekiro.
The key we're looking for is probably...
Oh, yeah, there you go. We'll play the... Oh, what's the name of that terrible... That's actually a legitimately bad game. I Want to Be the Guy. That's the name of it. Honestly, I hope that Ride to Hell Retribution beats Secret of the Stars, because, for lack of a better way to put it, it deserves to. But I don't know if it actually will or not. I've actually poked at I Want to Be the Boshi only... Let me say this a little bit differently. I've actually played a decent ways into I Want to Be the Guy. I've only poked at I Want to Be the Boshi because screw that thing. Oh, God. Yoshino Hito? Something like that? God, I can never remember it, but yeah. The legendary crap game. Which is more or less literally what it's known as. That game got a Switch release, so I can own that game legally. Nawaro Hito, that's it. Whatever the hell that means. Yeah, we'll just make it the awful block. We're just gonna call it that. And people will be like, oh, these games aren't awful. And they will then be surprised at how awful those streams are. The end. What's Cat Mario? Dark, right? I mean, they've actually released mobile games on the Switch, so what the hell do I know at this point? It's sort of discouraging. So I was just guessing where the enemy was because, you know, this camera. I was wrong in my guess. Seventh Saga. Oh, I actually want to review Seventh Saga someday, especially since I own it. Mostly because I'm curious if the game is as bad as I think it is. It's one of those things, right? Like Chrono Cross. A game that is truly, truly terrible. Why would anyone play a troll game? Ugh. Masochism. I don't know why, but that feels like an appropriate thing to think about right now. Got masochism on the brain for some reason.
In this room. Be careful, Mega Man.
You know what's really funny? I looked up a strategy for this boss. If you could call it that. Ready for the strategy? Jesus Christ. Hang on. Okay. This is not the strategy, for reference. Yeah, I cannot see blow these things up. I didn't think I could. Never heard of it, no, you're right. No, that is literally the strategy. The strategy is shoot at him until he dies, avoid everything except for the platforms, and when he falls over, pick him up to throw him. Which, if you're paying attention, I already tried and failed to do. I haven't killed any of these things. I don't. They either have way too much health or have functionally no health. Which we've already encountered enemies that functionally have no health in this game, so that wouldn't surprise me. I like this camera, by the way. I like just trying to navigate with that. Turn. Okay. Hammered it. Did I write down camera yet? Oh, I did. Camera. Most disappointed I've ever been with a game's sequel.
This is it, Mega Man. Are you ready? The key we're looking for is probably in this room. Be careful, Mega Man.
Good morning, Noctis. I'm trying to think of an answer that isn't Chrono Cross, and I'm failing at it. I think it really is Chrono Cross. I'm not sure I've ever seen a bigger plummet in overall quality from a game between Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross. No offense to anybody who likes Chrono Cross. That's not what I'm after here. I'm just saying. For me, I hated that game and everything about it. So, going straight from Trigger to that was just kind of a, what? I don't know if I'd say Mega Man has a unique soundtrack, especially since it doesn't even have a distinctive style. Unlike most of these franchises, they've had, God, like 20 different composers over the years. Like, even back in the day, Mega Man 3 wasn't done by one person. Yeah, the bubbles is probably the worst part about this boss, no joke. I'm pretty sure I could manage this slow mode style, if not for the homing bubbles, which last for so long. It's already on the list, Imperial Star Destroyer. Someday, when I'm in a better head state, I do plan to review that game. And then, you know, review it badly and make everyone hate me. But that's okay! Because it's okay if I'm being honest about it, right? Like, that gives me bonus points. You can shoot the bubbles, but you cannot lock on to the bubbles. I was thinking that healed him. I was right. Well, that's lame. You like this boss song, by the way? Part of the reason I've been trying to edge closer to him is that if he does the bubble shooting, and I get as close as I can while he's doing it, I can shoot most of the bubbles when they're coming out. Like this. Although I missed most of them there, so that sucked! And he healed, of course. Hey, Catabout, give me 1 second. Sort of in the middle of a thing. I'm in the middle of a negative to gameplay. That's what I'm in the middle of. Where is it? God, game! Okay, yep. Just completely body blocked there. And more bubbles, of course. We really are fighting Bubble Man. That's just where our life is now. Oh my god. There's apparently something called a vacuum arm, which I should have by now. I, of course, do not. Two guesses as to what the vacuum arm does. Hell, the guide said I should have the vacuum arm before the optional dungeon we didn't do before this. Yeah, for some reason Capcom games really like to have that. You like to pick up stuff. Upgrade. Oh god, bubbles. Not what I meant to do. Not what I meant to do.
You did it, Mega Man! So that's one of the keys to the motherload. 1 down, 3 to go. We've got a long ways to go, but I know we can do it.
This is so zoomed in. Recommended gear loadout for the boss I just fought. The Power Razor, the Buster Unit, and the Blaster Unit. Oh, excuse me, or the Blaster Unit. homing missile or the vacuum arm, the normal helmet, which is the only thing I had, the padded armor, and the jet skates. Strategy. This boss is actually pretty hard. Okay. Yep, we're doing a challenge run now. We got this. Yeah, we apparently need to get the drill arm before we can progress. Which I definitely know how to do. Let's see. The sulfur bottom sells the vacuum arm. Wait, no. I'm reading that wrong. Where do we get the drill arm from? I'm using a game fac right now. Okay. That's not helpful, but okay. Yeah, time to do some mandatory side quests, I guess. This is not helpful. It's like, here's what you should have by this point. I'm like, well, where do I get it? Oh, whoops, this is not. Hang on, I can go this way. There's apparently pots by the house next... What? Hang on, I think Cycloud has given in to the insanity side of the force. There's apparently loot everywhere. Huh. That is admittedly news to me. Oh my god. Oh, there's the drill. Oh my god. Okay. 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 I do hate looting. It is the worst possible sin any gamer can do. We should probably get a hard save in here. Occur to me. First of all. $50 negatives, Cyclops. Sorry. 100 negatives. I never played it, Yura. I'm aware that it exists. And Roll is not here. She's probably... Why does she have a gnome painting? Roll, we're not friends anymore. Yes, I would like to do several things. So, broken drill. Rest of mine. Hover jets. Oh my god. Okay. That's true. She's not our friend. That's a valid point. So I don't know if I'm going to give it a negative. But do you know why I'm so irritable at the fact that I have to loot from every random piece of item in the game? Because I do that without even thinking about it in some games. I've actually already demonstrated why. How many attempts did it take me to loot that the vase, which gave me the drill arm earlier? Here's the problem. In a game where looting is irritating, 5, by the way, J. Palmer. You know, just interacting with stuff is irritating. All of a sudden, I, as a player, am de-emphasized from looting. Not in general, but in specific. So, let me use a specific example. Let's say I walk up here. Okay, can I loot these crates? I try to loot a couple of times, nothing happens, and so I move on. But if I'd done that with the vases earlier, I would have missed out on loot, because I failed at interacting with them, right? That's the actual issue here. Loot being all over is whatever. That's actually a pretty normal thing. We actually showed this off. What was the game? Parasite Eve. You remember that? Parasite Eve had the exact same problem. Because you had to loot with every little square inch of some of the rooms in that game, and in some cases it was for quest critical stuff you actually required to progress. But unless you're at the exact right pixel, facing the right direction, it would fail to loot. And so we had to actually pull up a walkthrough to be like, where the hell's the item? Oh, it's in the room we looted earlier because we failed to loot it, and it took us like 3 or 4 times to loot the item. You get the problem. You get the problem. So, loot being everywhere is whatever. Interacting with stuff. Okay. I'll recharge my canteen. So I have, you know, a potion. What do we got? So I need the rollerboard. I know I need the little bottle rocket, and I'm pretty sure I need the long barrel too. Can't afford the light chip. That's a lot of stuff that I cannot afford. It kind of does, Dakota, although you're wrong. You remember ZX 1 or 2? I forget which one. I think it was ZX2. It was the first time. No, it was neither. It was Z2, wasn't it? It was one of the Zs, but I'm pretty sure it was Z2, now that I'm thinking out loud. Oh, it was terrible, Melkor. God. Well, no, you remember, like, we could talk around, and they would actually have updates, and they would, you know, have little stories. Remember the best NPC in that game? The Reploid who gave himself an artificial lifeline just so he would be able to grow old with his wife, who was a human. Oh, hey, she sells to me now. Well, that's all completely useless. At least at the moment. Yeah, I know, right? It's kind of the same overall problem. Come on, there we go. Yeah, Roll does not deserve our presence right now. When we have lots more money, we'll consider it. Speaking of which, we do need to go make a donation to the Church of Pure Evil. So let's go do that really quick. The canteen. I refilled my potion, Bladerville. Wasn't 60 normal on the GameCube? I could be misremembering. I want to donate 500. Or nothing. Okay, tell me about the mysterious girl. For many years now, whenever a ship approaches Forbidden Island, the Forbidden Island, warned away by a mysterious girl. She first appeared after Prof. Barrel's daughter disappeared there. Now, people say they have seen a woman instead of a girl. Strange, is it not? See, I thought the GameCube was up to 60. I guess not. Oh. I mean, I knew the N64 was 24, because everybody knows the N64 had terrible frame rate. Ping to you, Flag End. Which was always kind of weird, going straight from 60 FPS on the NES, and then 60 FPS on the SNES, and then down to the N64. The people who were lost on Forbidden Island have returned. They all say that when they awoke, they were sitting on the outskirts of the city. Some say they were helped by a little girl, others say a woman saved them. Those who were lost in the past saw the girl, and the more recent explorer saw the woman. Who knows what that means? It's called age. There is an old legend which says the sky goddess sleeps on Forbidden Island. Legends say that long ago the world was watched over by two goddesses. One guarded the keys, the other protected the gates of the sky. One day, when the goddess of the sky came to borrow the keys from the goddess of the earth, they argued, and the sky goddess was imprisoned by the earth goddess on Forbidden Island. So the legends say. Blucher believes the keys of legend have something to do with the motherload. That is why he went to Forbidden Island. Many diggers have tried and failed to explore the aptly named Forbidden Island. Several diggers from this city have also journeyed there, but none have returned. Only Prof. Barrel and Von Blucher have been there and back. It is said that if the motherload is anywhere, it must be on that island. Of course, Blucher and Barrel didn't just land there, they crashed as well. It is said they were rescued by a mysterious girl whose hair was in pigtails. Oh, sorry, Melkor, sorry. Excuse me. I think I'm just going to use a walkthrough from now on, if that's cool with everybody. And if it isn't, that sucks, because walkthroughs are not counted as cheating, so we're just doing that. Thank you, Bella. The true motherload is Kingdom Hearts! Sorry. And as usual, if you want to put that towards up to 3 things total, more than welcome to. And part of the reason I've committed to using a walkthrough is not just finding, you know, the drill that we just found. I mean, I know PsyCloud was the walkthrough there, but you get the idea. But also the walkthrough is what told me to donate to that guy to get all that lore we just talked about. So, hey, that's cool. Anyways. So now that we've done that, do you remember which physical game manual I read? I mean, I've read several. If you mean the most recent one, as in the last one I ever read, that'd probably be Oblivion. It's only like 15 years ago now. Okay, hang on. So, let's see. Blah, 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 blah. You got it, Bella Kelly. Well, I'm using a hyperlinked guide on GameFAQs right now. It's not the best format, but it's better than the other guide I was using, so we're going with that one. I've also already missed some stuff, so we're kind of playing a little bit of catch-up here. No, I absolutely did not, Mr. Red. I'm sorry. I don't have the brain power right now. I also have not read what you said in the channel yet, because I woke up about 9 minutes before I was supposed to hit stream today. Like, I know this is going to sound strange, Mr. Red, but time is one of those things I don't have a lot of right now. I don't know where north is, so I'm just going to give up on that. Jet skates. I don't know what those are. We got them now. Let me guess. Move fasters. What do you want to bet? What do you want to bet? We'll see what that's like in action later, I suppose. There's apparently a book in here. Which I knew, of course. I definitely also know all the things. He says he received an unexpected letter from Blucher. He says he wants to try exploring Forbidden Island one more time. It's been over 30 years since our last unsuccessful attempt, but it looks like he hasn't been able to forget about that island. Thought he understood when I explained to him the dangers involved in pursuing his research, but it looks like he wasn't listening to me at all. I hear he spent the last of his fortune building a mammoth flying ship. I guess I have to accept the fact that no one, not even me, can stop him now. All I can do is hope that this wild adventure of Blucher's doesn't turn up any proof that my daughter and son-in-law did indeed die on that island. I don't know how Roll would react if she knew for certain they were gone. That's the only thing that's been keeping her going all these years. The reason she travels the world searching for the motherload, she's not really searching for the motherload, she's searching for her parents. I'm gonna meet Blucher tomorrow. I don't know what'll come of the meeting, but I can only hope for the best. That's the last entry. No, I did read that. I did actually read that, Mr. Red. The problem is I haven't processed it. So, before we even talk about that, Mr. Red, we have to acknowledge something. The Vanth are a dead species, automatically, right? That's not where I meant to go.
I'm not picking up anymore.
Although there's probably loot here, but we'll get to that in a minute. Because the Vanth can't produce new Vanth. They can only produce new, whatever species they were. And, of course, once they're, rescued, nobody's going to deliberately make any new Vanth, since A, and the people who could wouldn't because it's, immoral. And B, the people who would can't because they cannot. The Vanth were accidents anyways. The reason I'm bringing all this up, Mr. Red, because it means there's very few Vanth, and there's never going to be new Vanth. The reason that's relevant is it means you can do a little more manual crafting of who has what in terms of powers, rather than trying to come up with a system for it. So what I would do, instead of trying to come up with a whole list of the 271, is I would just go ahead and come up with a person who focuses on one particular power and or emotion, and then write that down, and then make sure you never use that one again. That's how I would do that. Build it out rather than build it down. course they do. Just... topical. I guess I can't do it in town. Whatever. No, I'm using the L and R because this is like opposite of what it should be in my brain. In fact, I just screwed it up just there. So, L and R at least I can mentally process. There it is. Yeah, I was actually expecting, no joke, to get copywronged over this, because you're probably thinking, but it's classical music. Yeah, but what tends to happen is people like to copy wrong specific, like, recordings or performances of classical music. And then try to flag stuff for that because, you know, people are dicks. This is certainly a nice ship. They didn't cut any corners when they built it. Carpets are all nice and soft. The rooms are big. It's so wonderful. Yeah, this is an expensive ship. Why did he spend his last of his fortune building a luxury yacht in order to go, you know... Yeah, YouTube has spent years trying as hard and as often as it can to push the copyright thing completely off of its shoulders. See, now that's a good reason to do something, Dakota. How to Be a Digger. It's written by Gramps. Oh no, I would have been copywronged already. They take no time at all. It is very rare it takes more than like an hour for me to get copywronged on a bod. You got the key already? That's my boy. Keep up the good work, Rock. You'll be able to find the next key on Nino Island. I have a friend there, the Guildmaster. We've gotten reports the island's under attack. Hurry, Mega Man! Nino Island, the headquarters of the Digger Guild, can be found there. It was originally constructed to seal off the ruins there. Who would have thought one of the keys to the motherload would be there? We assumed Nino Island would be safe, as it's heavily defended, but it appears the pirates have been able to sabotage some of the defense systems. We need you to go there, assist in repelling the pirates' attack, and recover the key. Good luck. I've been copywronged for the noise of the ocean that I've put at the end of some of my ruminations before, Melkorblade, which I think is probably the most ridiculous thing I've ever gotten in terms of copywrongs. That's not only not a joke, that's a recent example. That started happening a couple months ago. Like, copyright trolls used to go after me for stupid things. Like, one person tried to copy wrong the sound of my voice, which obviously doesn't really work out that way. That's always a good sign, Side Cloud. Oh, hey, it's the evil one. Hello, I am the evil one. Dot, dot, dot. Dead puppies. Thank you, Ninja Michael. Always appreciate those subs. If you'd like to put that towards increasing interest in up to 3 games, please let me know. You got it, Noctis. Here's 1 YouTube buck. Wait, you're Rock, aren't you? We've been told by Von Blücher to allow you in. Go ahead. Let me into where? Well, I'm trying to loot right now. Imperial Star Destroyer. Let's see. I'm missing several things. And I don't know where any of them are. Hang on, where's the vendor? Let's start with that. Lowest vendor. I mean, that music was certainly putting me in a mood, Yura. Well, that's dark. Bye. Enjoy starving to death. Bye. I mean, you know people have tried to copyright breathing. Like, people have tried to copyright some very, very stupid things over the years. Hello, Morganite. Okay, so obviously this is wrong. So, where's the vendor? You got it, Ninja Michael. One moment. You jot that down. Dungeon Siege 2 and the Dragon Age plot. I don't think we even went in here last time. That person that almost found me a little while ago. I'm so scared, Mistron. Yeah, nobody cares about you. Okay. Aqua chip. Why do I have a terrible, terrible feeling that's going to be mandatory? Padded armor, Omega. That's right. There's a couple of planks of wood over that door. Our plasma cannon cannot get through that. Okay. Padded armor, long barrel, and bottle rocket. Didn't I already buy all those? I did not. I did buy the bottle rocket. I did buy the long barrel. Okay, that's going to be a little expensive. By the way, we're supposed to have this before the dungeon we just did. That's just... How much grinding did you expect me to do? Walk through? Jesus. Of course I'm going to need the aqua chip. Well, alright, let's go see if we can get the money cheat working. I shouldn't use the word cheat, that's an inaccurate terminology. Let's see if I can get the money exploit working. Achievements in a PS1 game. You've got to be joking, Morganite. Okay, so I know where we're going. That's gonna suck. Yeah, the Red Cross is one of the more irritating copy wrongs. I'm only familiar with that because of Earthbound. We haven't seen that woman who looks like my mother since this all started. I wonder what's happened to her. No comment. Broken drill. Just to make sure about that. Yep, we now have the drill arm equipped. Good, good, good. That sounds about like Anakin Skywalker, killing 129 people in a row. Yep, that tracks. Still can't do that slide. I guess we have to be in a dungeon for it. Hold up. Well, you said it was hold down circle, right? Well, this is holding down circle. I feel like this isn't what was intended. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god, that's awful. That's the worst thing in the universe. Okay, there we go. That's slightly less worse. Hang on. In order to upgrade everything in the game, it costs 35 million zenny. Well, I've gotten 25,000 in the entire game so far. You can, yes, Imperial Star Destroyer. Several people do. This is... Yes, okay. So, I'm looking for a house. Let's see if we can find a house. Yes, I love fossils. Reaverbot Claw. Thanks. Oh, hang on. Maybe the map will help. Because, yeah, I have no idea where I'm looking here. Hang on. See if I can find that map. Here we go. Nope, that's just a map for the dungeon. Damn it! I'm looking for a map for the town, which is what I need. Okay. I actually do wonder what Capcom's doing, because their relative development has just kind of slowed to a crawl. Like, it's not like they're not making games, but the number of games they're making has substantially shrunk. When they were little, they were interested in the stories of the goddess. They thought the Earth Goddess was sleeping on the island. What? Don't be ridiculous. That's crazy talking. So are you. Okay, wrong house. I don't know, J. Palmer. I know a few companies, Konami, excuse me, like to do things other than video games. Reminds me of an old joke. Some game companies make games, other game companies make money. That's not suspicious at all. Oh, these are the people who are in stasis that we saved. Got it. There's the vacuum. In the freaking glass armoire. Of course there's a vacuum in a glass armoire. I don't know what I was thinking. You know, I don't have an answer for that, Flygan. There's also an upgrade I apparently missed on the ship? Which, at this point, I give up on everything. It's suicide time. Fascism suicide! Gotta make sure YouTube buries me as much as possible so nobody ever watches my channel ever again. This is the bathroom. Well, I used to get more views on the main channel, but views don't really matter, as we've talked about many times. I don't know, I'm not into them personally, Zactef, but if they're done well, then I'll enjoy it, because it's well done, right? I don't know about pacing, though. That's a question I can't answer right now. I don't have the brain power for that. I'm about ready to give up on finding this stupid upgrade, because these directions are not the most precise. Or it's right there. Now, what's doubly funny is if you've been paying attention, and I don't blame you if you haven't, we've been in that room before. We've even talked to a few things in that room before. No, not really, Melkor. It was a boost for a bit there, but it's leveled back out. Honestly, not surprising. What am I doing? Development. Vacuum. Okay, where do I find the motor? On the sulfur bottom. Exactly, Chicoya. I've mentioned this before. I know how to become a big streamer. I just don't want to. That kind of sounds like hell to me, because, I mean, it would involve reviewing crap, or the same, not even reviewing, just streaming crap, or the same crap, over and over and over again. And, no thank you. That's ignoring the obvious, like, ignoring, even if I somehow did that and made it successfully, which is not a guarantee, by the way. There's also the fact that it would be an extraordinarily stressful job. The actual high-end streamers, who are gaming streamers, I should be clear about that, have to constantly be ahead of the curve, otherwise they lose viewership, and losing viewership is a substantial loss to them. Whereas me, I could stream Total Warhammer 3 for like a week and a half. Oh no, it was 7 days. It's for 7 days. No problem. Average of 50 viewers per stream, not an issue. Famous streamers get famous by luck, but they all follow the same pattern, Yura. Let me explain this simply. You don't win the lottery by playing the lottery. You win the lottery by being lucky. Does that explain it? Also true, Bragman. Yeah, believe it or not, Scarbrand didn't bring the views. I was a little surprised. I figured he'd do it. Anyways, alright, where the hell is this? Blah, blah, blah. Go to the flutter, go into the cabin, talk to Roll. Repairs should be finished now. Go down the ladder. Oh my god, it's still in the... I'm going to kill everything in the universe. Alright, so it's on board the flutter. Hang on. So, Roll's in there. Down the hall. And then left. How do you... Damn it, Luco! Sorry, Go down the ladder. Okay. These directions. Gosh darn it all to heck. Down the hall. Left. And then right into the storage area. Oh my god! That's why! Okay, hang on, hang on. I'm going to kill this game. I'm going to pull out my PS3's hard drive, which is where my actual legal copy of this game exists, and smash it with a hammer. The repairs are done. What? Okay. It's still being repaired. You have to wait a little longer. Okay. You've got to be joking me. No, I need the vacuum arm. You don't understand. I need the vacuum arm. Oh, yeah. No, I'd have to come up with some really, really stupid title for the video, like... Nintendo fanboys' reaction to the latest PlayStation Direct or something like that, you know? Something really stupid. Okay, whatever. Let's go try to do the exploit. With no vacuum arm. Oh, for Christ's sakes. Where am I going? Down here, down here. Cluster parts. Rapid fire. You won't believe what happens when... Alright, so what am I doing? No, I know, Cyclad. What the hell is G Fuel? Of course, I'm in the hot tub. Remember, this stream is brought to you by NordVPN. It's definitely a product I really use, and I'm not just being paid to say that. I'm actually kind of with Dakota. Airships, like, half the point... Airships are like battle mechs. The point is to be cool. That's not a mimic. Like, there's some practical uses for airships, but let's be clear. An airship is there to look cool. It might explode. If you're playing FF3, especially. Hey, we got a new airship. It's okay, we got a second airship. And then a third airship. That's why you don't build airships in a swamp. I'm having really bad luck with this one. My goodness. I was kind of hoping I'd get it in a few tries. We're up to like 10 already. That's right. Make sure to buy my merch. We've got all... Hey! Well, we've got all kinds of great merch for you. Behold the Merchinator. It's definitely a real chest. Yep, that's just my life. You know what? I'm just going to undo that really quick. Alright, so now, in the second room, go down the East Hall and head north. East Hall, head north. North again, which is not physically possible. Ah, here we go. Head west when possible. Sounds like this. Okay, so this should be the door, if I'm reading this even remotely correctly. Yep. That's the thing I wanted. Okay. Well, that was 10,000 zenny. All of that for 10,000 zenny. That's not as much as I was hoping for. The good news is, it respawns immediately. Okay, excuse me, it's actually about 5,000 zen. That's actually even worse than I thought. Well, this is our life for the next few minutes, so we're gonna be here. We're not gonna have a repeat of that freaking dungeon we just did. Well, you don't like the rapid fire animation here? I don't have it equipped. No, I do. Yeah, we dinged Z1 for that too, if you remember. Ah! That's another very common Capcom thing, Imperial Star Destroyer. Well, you want hard mode at the start? Screw you. I might have been holding down R2 at the same time, Cyclops, which might have interrupted it the first time. Now I'm being cautious because I have low health. Now the question is, we need to figure out how much money we're going to be grinding for. So I know we need that Aqua thing, which was like 10... No, that was 15 grand, wasn't it? So... we need the Aqua thing, and... oh, God, I don't remember what else. I should have made a list. It's okay. I actually have a heal on me. So, we're okay-ish. But yeah, if we die right now, we've lost all progress, so... wow, he hurts! Oh, no wonder I got hurt earlier. Kind of glad I healed. Jesus. We're gonna not try to grab him, I think, ever again. We're just going to stay back here. Nice and safe. Yep, one more hit will probably kill us. Oh god, oh god. Kinda wish he dropped health, too. That would make this a much safer farm, but whatever, I suppose. Nope. Yeah, it's the last time I'm gonna try that. We're never grabbing him again. Cyclops just trying to get us killed. I knew it. Trying to get me killed, Cycloud. So now we gotta escape. Much as I hate to lose the proper save here, we need to survive. So we're gonna be a little cautious. Check our corners. Gonna run for our lives because there's some frogs. Please drop some health. Please. Oh, that's health. Take it. No, it's fine. We did grab him the one time. I feel like there's just a more narrow timing window than it looks like at first glance or something like that. If he didn't hit so damn hard, I'd be more willing to try it more, but he's essentially can three-shot us, so, you know. Save. Okay. Let's go buy some stuff. And yeah, we gotta check roll, see if we can go down there so we can get the vacuum arm. Part. Nope. Okay. Nope, that actually is what I wanted to do. Talk to me. Please talk to me. There we go. Now talk to me again, because I hit the wrong button twice. Oh yeah, turning radius. Yeah. Dip, 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 dip. Go and recharge the potion we used in there while we're here. Okay, so let's get the aqua chip. We know we're gonna need that. That's 200,000 zenny. Oh, whatever. Okay, so we've got attack +2, energy +2, range +2, attack and energy and range, energy and rapid. Remove. Any suggestions? Because I know what I would lean towards, but I'm probably wrong. Oh, stretch. Range and power, so I am wrong. It is the two things I would not have raised. Well, that's not true. I was going to go for power and speed, specifically. Looks like it's not even an option at the moment. So whatever, we will go with power. But instead of rapid, we'll go with range. Range and power. Or, no, the other one. So, I don't know what chips are, but I need at least 30 grand to buy whatever that is. I should probably buy all this stuff, too. So, actually, I need closer to 50 grand. This is the game's music order. You can tell because you can hear the sound effects and everything. Although I guess... Hang on. No, we could turn off the music in this game, so never mind. Yes, we need 1 million zenny. There we go. You! So, do we have access to a better grind spot yet? Because I have a feeling we do not. Yeah, I didn't think so. There's the hydro jets. Let me guess, I have to actually equip the hydro jets, probably on my shoes. Yep. Wait, there's money cheats in this game? Wow. Well, I own this on the PS3, Doralis. Oh yeah, we did equip. We did get armor, didn't we? Wow, that was much faster. Yeah. Yeah, what was it? 100 quiz items? That sounds kind of crazy, honestly. Someone do me a favor. Help me count to 10, because I have trouble counting. That was 1. There's 2. You know, how many of you remember the original Final Fantasy Marathon? The answer's probably none of you, and that's totally cool. 4. Back in the day, we did a little bit of cheating during that run to speed up some of the grind periods of the game. Now, that's not really what I'm here to talk about, per se. What I will never actually... probably not Trihexia, no. What I was trying to comment on 5 is one of the most common complaints I got about the original Marathon was, oh, this sucks. I wanted to see Lord grind it out and play it logically. And that is one of the most confusing things I could possibly think of. Because, obviously, I'm not a big fan of grind in general. 6. But the idea of deliberately wanting someone to go grind through any game, but especially an RPG, like, where's the appeal there of watching someone run around in a circle and, you know, stutter step our way to victory? I know all sorts of people enjoy all sorts of things. 7, thank you. But I don't understand that at all. Again, no offense to anybody who's into that, but, huh? Yeah, leveling agility. No. You know what? Hang on. You're right. We need to level agility here. Give me a sec. I need to just have a playlist that's just this song ready to go. Alright, let's level agility! Eight, I think? I mean, I guess Blade Triple? I don't really need to Trihexia, but if someone donates it, I will immediately veto it, yes. 9. One moment, please. What is this? Oh yeah, that's that. Okay. this will just be the sign. I'll just throw this up whenever I just start grinding something in any game ever. Real grind, not like, you know, having to fight a few battles grind. 10, are we good? 58,000. I think that'll be good enough. I'm going to do one more just to be safe. Just for coverage. What's funny is I'm probably more tolerant of grind in real life than most people are. Long, thankless tasks, you know, just repetitive tasks. I'm pretty good at that. Before the frog room, okay. Hang on, let me equip the whatcha-fig. Oh, sorry, I guess we're not really leveling agility anymore. But, oh wow, that's obvious. No, exactly, Mr. Red. Like, if it's gotta be done, it's gotta be done. That's life. I have a fairly strong work ethic, and a lot of that's based on a lot of real-life experience. Question mark? What am I doing wrong here? Okay. But yeah, no, like in real life, sometimes you just gotta do boring, repetitive stuff. Cleaning, which is something I'm very accustomed to, obviously, is part of that, right? Or maybe you gotta slog through some paperwork, or maybe you gotta do your taxes, or whatever, and that's fine. But in, like Mr. Red said, yeah, working out, another perfect example. But in a video game, I'm here to have fun. And I think that's part of why I have less tolerance for grind in games than most people. Because it's true, I've heard a lot of people disagree with me about my negativity towards grinds in game. And I think that's why. I get plenty of grind in real life, you know what I mean? Yeah, mowing the lawn, oh my god. You know what's worse? Weed eating. I'm going to be doing that this coming Sunday. Nice, Cycloud. Come on. Oh man, I'm usually green by the time I finish weed eating, Duralis. Just checking. I sincerely doubt it's different. Oh, never mind. It is actually done. Let's go get our vacuum arm. Now that we don't need it. I mean, we kind of could use it. Oh no, you're absolutely right, Dr. Winter. It's not really a binary thing, right? It's a gradient thing. There are degrees of grind. Yeah, that's true in real life, too. There's the motor. And of course, in some cases, I always define grind as a repetitive task you do not enjoy. So then, by definition, some people actually enjoy, you know, some grinds. Because in that case, it's just something they're enjoying, which is fine, of course. They have magnetic dishes. That's actually kind of a cool idea. Oh, life's been so much better since Roll bought this dishwasher. You know, I think this is really cool since we basically got our own little Millennium Falcon here. But the problem is, have you seen our ship? Like, on the one hand, you'd be like, oh man, I get to live in my own ship. And on the other hand, it looks so darky. Like, could I have a ship that looks different than that? Look, if your airship doesn't look cool, what's the point? Please give me the vacuum arm. Yeah. Define cool. There are so many cool airships in fiction. What do you want from me? You know what? Just make it look like any homeworld ship. Right. I'm going to buy stuff. I don't remember why, but I want it. It's something that costs money, and therefore is something that I want. Because I define my worth based on the relative value of my treasures. Oh, that's what you meant, Bladeeville. I was going to ask in a second. Oh, wow, Dr. Twitcher, that's insane. Items. Light chip. I don't know what it is, but we got it now. So, life up. Canteen size up. Medicine bottle. Let's increase our health again. Increase our canteen size again. And again. Okay. Looks like we can get, if I'm reading that correctly, 2 more health upgrades. Just not as many as I was hoping for, but yeah, whatever. And we have 8 heals from the canteen and 3 from the medicine. Alright, so let's see what happens. We talk to Rule with a chip. Hover shoes. Okay. Got it. So that means I probably want that other chip, don't I? Damn it! Alright, well, how much was the other chip? Like 50? No, the other chip was 300. That's gonna take a minute. Okay. Let's see if we can improve the vacuum arm. Question mark? I want to improve the attack of the vacuum arm. So, let's go do grinding. More grinding. Yes, yes. That's just today. We're just grinding today. That's all today is. And some people will be like, sweet! Because some people are weird. I suppose I should look up the exact amount I'll need for upgrading the vacuum arm. So let's see here. Vacuum arm. There it is. That's gonna cost... Aha! Oh, ooh, okay. 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 Who's ready to count to 22? Wow! I'm not even a question that luck. This is when we put on the YouTube video. Now, if I was a big name streamer, I would go ahead and be like, okay, so let me just put on some kind of movie and just have the movie playing while I'm watching it. Because big name streamers can get away with all kinds of nonsense on Twitch that I can't. Okay. That's terrible at the moment, but whatever. We're upgrading it. Oh yeah, 1. Yeah. What's funny is I noticed that the larger gems have a larger collision box for picking them up, which on the one hand makes sense, on the other hand, what? So I don't really miss these ones. It's when I kill the little stuff that I tend to miss out on things. 3, I think. So did you decide to go with the drugs idea, Mr. Red? I've got some brain power to spare all of a sudden. Or... I think you're right, Dakota. I think you're absolutely right. Which is funny, because it would have been much easier from a programming perspective to, for example, just make the biggest gem, and then change down the volume of the smaller gems without changing their, you know, collision box. So it's just, they also pick up at the right range. But no, you have to, like, you've seen me walk over a small gem and just not pick it up because I was 1 nanomillimeter away from it. Oh, geez, that was close. Also true, you could go the Zelda route. There's a reason Zelda games do the Zelda route with rupees. There's options here. Yeah. So what's the exploit you referenced, Cycloud, to make money in this game? Because obviously getting into the millions range, that's probably not happening. That's true, Yura, but 5 milliseconds of interaction will teach you exactly which rupee is worth what. Because as soon as you pick it up, there's 2 things that happens. One is the obvious, your rupee count goes up, but the other, and this is actually critical, I believe LTTP started this, it plays a little sound effect for each relative rupee you're picking up. So, cling, or diling, or diling, to indicate that there's more of it, right? Which was actually a really brilliant bit of sound design on their part. Oh, gotcha, Cyclone. I thought you had an exploit in mind. I've got it. Let's do it. Let's do a Google challenge. Is there an exploit? Not a cheat code, just an exploit to make tons of Zenny in the game we're playing right now. Also, God, we look really stupid with, like, most of our lower arm gone. In-universe Trihexia, what happened was Roll sold it all in order to upgrade our ship. Yes, really, that's actually a thing. They actually came up with an excuse for it. Roll is not a great boss. She did all that, and then apologized to us way after it was possible to, you know, undo or make up for, or otherwise rectify the situation in any way whatsoever. So now we're running around gathering money to buy more gear because Roll sold our crap. Oh yeah, then Data destroyed the upgrade. We never found out why he set the ship on fire, or even how he set the ship on fire. It's just, we were wandering around, and all of a sudden the ship was on fire. Then we put out the fire. Well, no, actually what happened was the sprinklers put out the fire. And, yeah. An unfortunate standardization trend I've noticed in a lot of fiction is to have the mascot character be more and more irritating as time gets on. That we are definitely doing all three of those things right now, Saffron. That is our life right now. So, in all these games, Trihexia, whenever you sell stuff, you always sell it for less than it's worth. So, I'm pretty sure she didn't get its worth out of it, yeah. She's probably not a very savvy businesswoman either. I mean, if you think about the level of biotechnology integration that carbons have, yeah. I don't understand the question, Saffron. Are you not seeing how quickly he respawns and how much money he's giving me? I am farming this guy because the equation that matters... It amuses me how many people don't understand this. I actually had to explain this very slowly to a friend of mine once upon a time. The equation that matters when it comes to grinding is not how much you get per interval. It's how much you get per time. Like... She used to always seek out stuff that would give tons and tons of experience, or tons and tons of gold, or tons and tons of whatever, per fight. But then she'd usually try to fight stuff that would take like an hour or 20 minutes or whatever to kill, right? I would go fight something that would give, like, I don't know, a 50th of the amount of experience per kill, but I could kill them extremely quickly and extremely smoothly. So, my X per hour was actually higher than hers. I was grinding faster. There is actually another variable. While we're on the subject of grinding, there is another variable here. And that is... well, there's actually two. Excuse me. There's fun, which usually doesn't apply. But there's also... fluidity? I don't know how to explain that. So, let me use an example. Let's say there's a fight that you can do very, very quickly that gives you good X per hour. However, one of the things that might screw with that is, like, you have to do this exact attack, and then you have to wait, and then you have to hit 15 menu commands very quickly, otherwise you screw up and you lose that particular battle, right? That's not great. That's not the kind of thing you can just kind of zone out and do, right? That's what I mean when I say flow. What I'm doing right now, I have no problem just chatting while doing because I can kind of do this effortlessly. Yeah, can you fail and lose everything easily? Exactly, Takona. That's the flow of grinding. And so finding a nice flow grind spot, well, that's its own thing. But there is such a thing as a fun grind spot, too. Now, I'm going to use Final Fantasy VI to explain this, because of course I am. The moment you get access to the airship in the second world of Final Fantasy VI, you gain access to a place called Dinosaur Forest. Now, there are NPCs who tell you that it's there and blah blah blah, but the relevant point is, when you go to Dinosaur Forest, you fight extremely difficult mobs that require very careful and very quick, precise stuff to do. But if you succeed, you get an absolute crap ton of experience. It's one of the best, if not the best, experience spots in the entire game. So what I usually enjoy doing is I enjoy going there with one person, occasionally two, and trying to kill those and fail several times in a row. But I've got to save right there. So I just immediately reload and then kill a T-Rex again. Or fail to kill a T-Rex. And the moment I successfully kill any T-Rex, my success rate at killing T-Rexes goes up. It plateaus at a certain point, but the idea here is that it's more enjoyable because of the fact that it's more engaging, and it is so rewarding. Now, that's important, too. The thing Dark Souls usually fails at is they make it, you know, not particularly rewarding, relatively speaking. I'll use Elden Ring as an example of this. The grind spot we ended up using was that freaking cliff. You remember that? In the blood area, the blood swamp? No, not that blood swamp. No, not that blood swamp. The one that we had to go through the special side quest to even reach, right? That one. Okay. So while we were there, you know, we could grind, and that's where I grinded. That's where I got all my money, or souls, or whatever the hell they were called in Elden Ring, in order to get all my upgrades. But yeah, exactly, Taquita. It was nice at first, but unlike Final Fantasy VI, the example I just gave, where it was lucrative and then quickly, you know, leveled out into smoothness of leveling, in Elden Ring, it never got better, and the amount of gain I got out of leveling there was actually really low. That's the one, Playable. Yeah, Bloodborne's grind spot was the frickin' classroom, which I did spend quite a bit of time in. And again, the problem is there's no lucrativity? It isn't a very lucrative spot, so even though it's got the speed problem, or even it's got the speed, and even though it's got what should be a fun leveling thing, instead what it's got is grind. What are we up to? Halfway there. So, you missed it earlier, Saffron, but all I'll say in brief, to summarize what I said earlier, is, would you believe that in some of my earliest streams, when I was still cheating for streams, people complained that I was cheating because they wanted to watch me do what I'm doing right now, instead of, you know, just punching in a code and having the money and moving on? No, I'm dead serious. When I say people, I don't mean like one or two people. It was a very common complaint. Now, the really funny part is I'm pretty sure none of those people watch me anymore, so net positive all around, really. To go back to FF6 for fluidity. Yeah, I know. Shut up. There's the ever-infamous Leet River trick. Now, for those of you who actually don't know what that is, the Leet River trick is a portion of right before you split the scenario, so right after you go to the Return to Hideout for the first part. It's like an hour into the game if you know what you're doing, and like 3 hours into the game if you don't. There's a portion where you're on the river and a pop-up shows up, says, where would you like to go next? And you can set your route. But for reasons maybe deliberate and maybe not, on the second half of the river, you can hit go this way, and it will loop you back. And so you can just hold down A, or Auto A if you have a Turbo Fire controller, and you loop it infinitely. That's very, very safe flow, right? Now, that's not particularly engaging. That's essentially tape down the controller and walk away from the computer for a while. But that is what I mean by good flow. It's essentially completely mindless and self-repeatable. So it looks like 21? That can't be right. No, that's about right. 21 more kills. Do you ever feel bad for mass murdering things for their money and experience? No? Yeah, me neither. So, you want to hear a funny story? Well, okay, it's not actually a funny story. Nothing that ever comes out of my mouth is funny. But last Sunday, I had my niece sit down, and I was like, all right, I want you to try out a Final Fantasy game and see if you like it. Because one of the things I've been doing is curating her through a lot of different types of video games and see if she likes them, see if they're into her, right? Or if she's into them, or whatever, you get the idea. So I sat her down, and I was like, all right, I think this is going to be the one that's mostly your thing. And I set her down with Final Fantasy V. Now, you're probably wondering, why 5? Well, there's a lot of reasons. Oh! That was my elbow. Look, you're the one who asked me to review this game, Imperial Star Destroyer. What do you want from me? She has not tried Skyrim. I don't think she would like Skyrim. We'll try it at some point. Anyway, so we sit down, we're trying FF5. And I figured she'd like the job system, I figured she'd like the customization, and as it happens, I was right, but that's skipping ahead of the story. So she fires up the game. Cool, no problem, no problem. Also true to Koida. It's also a little bit silly, and would probably appeal to her non-sequitur style of humor. So, hey, Paranoid. So we get to the game. She fires it up. She likes the intro. She likes the chocobo. She thinks it's cute. She likes the premise of the meteor. She's like, okay, cool. So she runs up, and for those of you who haven't played FF5, the very, very first thing that happens once you are given control of the game is you walk through a very brief forest and immediately get engaged with 2 goblins. So the fight happens. Now, I got to describe this visually for this to make sense, okay? So look at your screen, okay? So she's over here. Her character's over Bart's is who she's playing as. And over here is a goblin, and then like at an angle down this way is another goblin, okay? So goblin, goblin, her. So she selects fight, selects over here. She hits down on her controller, which selects this one. Then she hits right on her controller, which selects her. Then she hits attack, and immediately kills herself. Now, FF5 on the Pixel Remaster has autosaves. Good feature. So, whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, Jesus, that still hurts. Come here, come here, come here. So, you know, she immediately reloads the save and starts playing. And the first thing that happens is, for those of you not aware, the Pixel Remaster also has a built-in mini-map. So, you know that first Phoenix down that's on the very first screen of the game? No, of course you don't, because nothing anywhere indicates it. The only reason I know that's there is because of speed running. And, of course, doing dozens and dozens of 4-job fiestas. She immediately finds that Phoenix down because there's a mini-map in the Pixel Remaster of FF5. Now, I'm going to pause in my story for a second to share something. This was the exact moment I realized that when we review the Pixel Remasters of the FFs, a lot of the negatives that the original reviews got have been solved by the quality of life features the Pixel Remasters added. The Pixel Remasters, among other things, have the ability to quadruple the amount of experience you gain, completely remove encounters, there's the mini-map I just mentioned, and other specific things relative to the game in question. Like, what is my biggest complaint I've always said about FF6? The encounter rate. But I can just turn that off. I could just disable that. And if for whatever reason I start falling behind the experience curve, I could just double the experience I'm making. Like, that just kind of removes that negative. Anyways, getting back to the point on hand. So she starts playing FF5. She actually plays quite a bit of it. And... well, yeah, Cycloud, why would you actually port any of this stuff to the other versions of your game? Keeping in mind that they still haven't standardized the options between the versions of FF10 on the Switch and on the PC. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. Point being, she actually was getting into it. She was really bored until she got to the first dungeon, and it kind of made me wonder, Because FF5's intro is kind of risky. It's a lot of cutscenes and very, very little gameplay in a game that really is all about its gameplay. It's just cutscene, 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 one room of a dungeon, cutscene, 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 and then 2 floors of a dungeon before you get to the first boss, who, by the way, can absolutely shred you. Especially if you don't know what you're doing. Yeah, exactly, Pillars of Snow. She did almost die to the first boss, consequently. No surprise. But, of course, she has a brain and managed to push her way through it because she knows what potions are because she plays Pokemon. So she figured that out, pushed through it, gets the jobs, immediately engrossed in the game. And this is why I had her try with 5, because the moment she understood the job system, she was like, oh, this is so cool. And immediately started trying to make a party of all thieves because it would be funny, which is valid. That's a valid reason to do something in FF5. But she wanted there to be like a black mage thief and a white mage thief and a knight thief. So she started them all off on those jobs, and then she was going to switch them all to thief so she could have, her all-thief party. Now, she never quite got there, mostly because she eventually got a little bit bored of the combat, and fair enough, I can see why. ATB combat isn't really for everyone, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I was impressed with her. And I know that sounds like such a strange, dumb thing to point out. But the reason I point it out is because most kids will not actually bother to try something that doesn't gel with them immediately. And by most kids, I mean most people. I know adults who will look at a game and immediately decide, oh, I don't like it. I don't like it. But you liked it last week. I don't like it. And they'll behave like children about it. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Instead, she gave it an honest-to-God shot and decided at the end of the day, all right, I don't think I'm quite into this. Here's why. ... Now, if that sounds mature and responsible, that's because she's my niece. But also because I've been specifically trying to teach her how to enumerate what she likes and what she doesn't. Get into the why, right? And she knows that the whole reason I've been trying to push her through all these games is not because I'm trying to push games I like on her. She knows it's because I'm trying to find games she likes. And that's why it's so important that she enumerates specifically why she likes or doesn't like something, because then I can use that information going forwards. Now, I actually agree with that, Yura, although, in fairness, I have a lot of experience at understanding a game at a glance. I should also probably mention that that only really applies when you're watching real gameplay. It's one of the biggest reasons why I hammer on so much about how much I want to see actual gameplay when it comes to seeing a preview of a game, is because you, the person watching, can learn more by watching someone actually play the game, right? If you see some cutscene, that doesn't tell you anything. And if you see, for example, someone doing a very, very curated bit of gameplay, the heavily scripted thing, the Division trailer, I know that's an old one, but you know what I'm talking about. It doesn't really tell you much. But if you see someone just sit down with a controller and screw around with the game, it's like, oh, okay. Let me use a specific example of this, because I actually do have a specific example of this effect here. So, I don't remember which E3 this was, but it was when they announced Assassin's Creed Origins, okay? And we were doing our coverage of that, like we always did, back when E3 was a thing. And the preview and the trailer were like, okay, this looks really, really dumb. Then the dude sat down and actually picked up a controller and just started playing Origins. Right there, on the fly, actual gameplay. Because we're at the point now where we have to define that. And I was like, that actually looks fun. That actually looks engaging. And lo and behold, I was right. I actually rather enjoyed the gameplay of Assassin's Creed Origins. But I wouldn't have even had that impression if not for the fact that I saw someone sit down with their frickin' controller and actually play the damn thing. Let's do 2 more. I mean, honestly, Imperial Star Destroyer, to answer your question, I have absolutely no idea. To anybody watching this on YouTube, first of all, pumpernickel, but second of all, if you enjoy watching someone grind, especially in an older video game, why? No attack. Just why? What's the enjoyability there? For those of you who do not enjoy watching me grind here, we are about done. And we're done. That should be sufficient for the immediacy. Although, I could do 20 more. I might as well do the 20. I'm gonna need it. I'm right here. I've got the RNG seed. Let's just do the extra 20. I don't know what the 300,000 chip gets us, but it's probably something I'm gonna want. I know how these games work, so we're just gonna save up for the 300,000 chip. You're probably thinking, well, wait. The 300,000 chip, like, you already have 300,000. Yeah, but I don't have the 100,000 that I actually need. So what I actually need is 400,000. Hence 20. Because I'm getting 5 per. 5,000 per. Well, that's one of the reasons I've been trying to keep the discussion going here, Jiramata. Thankfully, and Blade Travel pointed out earlier, this is a sufficiently flow. You know, this has sufficient flow to the grind that I can just sit here and chat while we're doing this. Because this is... It's not quite mindless, because I do have to do this little stutter step thing and then run around and grab things and go out, but it sufficiently flows that, you know, it's not terrible. I can keep a discussion going. So, what does the 300,000 chip get me, Cycloud? If you don't mind telling me just straight up. They're probably going to say, well, what was the name of the chip? It was available for sale, and it was 300,000. That's what I know. I mean, I gotta be real. These kind of grinds don't bother me that much. In the final calculation of things, it's the really frustrating grinds earlier that we talked about earlier. Those grinds piss me off. I refer once again to Bloodborne and Elden Ring. Those grinds sucked. That was not a, you know, turn off your brain and chat with someone or watch a YouTube video or a movie while doing it kind of grinds. Those were have some music going and just face grind because, oh my god, kill me. What would I call Zero and X's relationship? Extremely sexual lovers, obviously. Just non-stop. That's all they do. They just get in the bathtub and it's just sex. Nothing but sex. So I hope you enjoy it, Paranoid Android. Can I make a couple of recommendations? First of all, what kind of class did you roll? Because a lot of the classes kinda suck until you get to about level 50. And some of the classes kinda suck until you get to about level 70. Some of those classes in that game are just not new player friendly. All the classes in that game are good eventually, but... yeah, just Capcom games have a lot of that, don't they, Gum Gum? Archer. Okay, that's not the worst option. That's I would call that middle of the road option. Yeah, you're not playing a Thaumaturge, which I would heavily advise against, and you're not playing a Gladiator, which I would heavily advise against. So, Archer should work. There are worse options. Oh, trust me, Gum Gum. I'm well aware of how hard it is to go to law school. After all, that's why or what was her name? What was the Von Karstein woman in Ace Attorney 2? As that's why she was a prosecutor at like age 17 or whatever. Aha! They prevent lava damage. Well, we haven't even seen lava damage yet, so naturally we need it. Gridania... I'm glad you're enjoying Gridania. That's what I'm going to say to that. I prefer Ul'Dan as my starter area, but there's some real-life, behind-the-scenes reasons for that more than in-character reasons. Am I doing a 4-job fiesta this year? Savacom? I don't have time. I don't have any time in my life right now. I haven't even had a chance to read Bragwin's story yet, and I really want to. Like, when would I be able to justify spending any time on something like that? Like, I can barely justify working on the rewrites. But how good are they gameplay-wise, Yura? Okay. Oh, sweet, Cycloud. No, Bragwin's working on her story, but I just haven't had a chance to read it. I haven't had a chance to read Evo's story either. I mean, I suppose that's not fair. I could read them, but the point is to try and actually give them an editing critique, which requires rereading. I hope you like the DS9 rooms once you get there. Spoiler, they're all terrible. I mean, we're just gonna buy it. We went ahead with the upgrade. Wow, all that, and we only have like twice the health we started with. It's not that big of an upgrade. That's okay. Come on. Oh, okay. Well, that's okay. What was I off by? 15,000. 3 more kills and I would have been right where I wanted to be. Whatever. Yes, I don't have a very good opinion of Ira Stephen Bear. That hasn't changed. God, I have no idea, Zoctave. Alright, let's progress the plot. Hold on. Before we progress the plot, let me look something up really quick. Well, I have tons of things against Arrow Stephen Bear. Like the fact that I can't punch him. Punch. I've heard good things about Picard Season 3. And Strange New Worlds. And Prodigy. It depends on what they nominate, Justin. You may or may not have noticed, but on the Streaminations page, what people nominate is either an entire show, like SG-1, or an individual season, like we did with Justified. Wait, hang on. Okay. It's up to you, of course, Justin. I will tell you right now, I am not going to like or review Season 1 or 2 particularly well. In fact, you want to know my thoughts on Picard Season... Oh, okay, one of my thoughts on Picard Season 2 in a nutshell. So... one of the things that tends to be said about shows is, well, it doesn't really have good connective tissue, but there's good moments. Picard Season 2 has neither. There are individual scenes where you can tell were supposed to be a big moment, and you can tell we're supposed to be a thing, and they're not. They just fall completely flat. And that's Picard Season 2 in a nutshell. There should be good moments, but there aren't. Thank you very much, Tiny Shroom. I do always appreciate those subs, and thank you very much. If you want to put that towards increasing the interest of any future streams, please let me know. Well, no, that's not really my point, Dakota. My point is, there were no good moments to offset it. Like, I'm explaining this badly. There are times when you see, like, on paper, the idea for a scene, or for a moment, or for a big payoff, right? And it falls completely... So on paper, it looks good. And on paper, it's like, yes... And you're like, oh man, I can't wait to see that scene. I can't wait to see how it pays off and how well it is. Blah, 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 blah. And then you actually see it and it sucks. Or worse, it doesn't actually suck. It's just flat. There's no real impact in the moment. You know what I mean? That is a much more useful vacuum. Holy crap. It does. We've seen at least two that I've seen so far. If you're wondering what we're doing, we never actually did this dungeon, so we're just, you know, actually clearing the dungeon now. Look at that! Woo! Okay. I kind of like that. You notice that also pulls in the health. Being able to pull in health from that range instantly would have been very useful on that last boss fight, excuse me. So I feel like that was actually worthwhile upgrading that. I agree that it shouldn't be a weapon slot because we can't use the drill arm or the homing missile, which is what we're going to be using long term here. Right. Okay, well, okay, so we don't have the drill arm, speaking of which. I agree, Cycloud. I haven't done a full deep dive on the Picards for obvious reasons. It's not like I have a lot of time. But I should also mention that there is one thing I have heard repeatedly, to the point where I'm going to have to do some research to find out if it's actually true or not. I would believe it, though, because Patrick Stewart is not a good writer. The thing I heard was that Patrick Stewart was not allowed to do any of the writing for Picard Season 3. That's true, Dakota. So this leads us to the boss. Oh, okay, let's go fight the boss. But that's my overall point. Patrick Stewart is a very good actor. Not a great writer. And that's not just a recent thing. That's something that's been proven several times. I was about to say, good actors do not necessarily make good other roles. Freaks is one of the exceptions. He was hungry for it. He wanted to be a director, and he worked for it, and he earned it, and he's a good director. Go figure. But the reason I mention that is because Stewart has also done directing in TNG. Not as good. Gotta get the angle right. So I know you're eager to get to Arcane Imperial Star Destroyer, but the hard answer is no. I don't have a really good deadline for it. It's when the queue is more shrunk, and I'm a little more comfortable with my timeline right now. You probably haven't noticed, and you definitely don't care, but I've actually been increasing my streaming schedule to try and get more streaming in every day and week in order to try and push through the queue as fast as I possibly can. So that's the answer, in simplicity. So Guild Wars 1 might be something we stream at some point. Yes, that is definitely a thing. It's, so the way it works is any run has to be funded, and then, you know, if it is funded, then it happens, and we're cool, and everyone's happy. So yes, I guess the answer to your question is yes, we might do a Guild Wars 1 run someday. I was just trying to complete my thoughts, Saffron. Normally, I don't have to fill out the map. I've played D2 too many times to have to fill out the map. So, here's my controversial opinion of the day. Talmurid, excuse me. I sort of think Hollywood should die. And by sort of, I mean I definitively and absolutely think Hollywood should die. In fact, I think Hollywood should have died about 20 years ago. Now, you're probably thinking, but all the good movies we've had since then. Fair. And legitimate. But just because we have a few occasional exceptions slipping through the cracks, excuse me, craps, listen to me, doesn't mean that they're just sort of magically okay now. It looks like I already got that. Yeah, I did. Okay, so we're done here. I mean... Wait, hold on. Hold on. There's a mimic here. You know what that means? No, Takoida is actually correct. The way Hollywood is constructed right now, is damaging. I want to stress that I'm not saying this with hyperbole. I'm not saying this to try and be like making a big take or trying to get clicks or whatever. Nobody gives a damn about me. No. Hollywood makes people's lives worse. It makes cinema worse, which has a knock-on effect on a huge number of different other aspects of fiction in general. And I honestly think Hollywood is making our society worse as a whole. Not like a big way, of course. You know, there's worse things than that in the world. But I do actually think it is a net negative. And then, of course, there's the big thing. Everything I just said is something that I think but couldn't prove. However, I can prove definitively that Hollywood is a cancer upon the economy of the world. And that's the thing that really gets to me. The phrase I like to use is that Hollywood is very incestuous. But I don't mean that in the gross sense of the word. I mean, it kind of is gross. I mean that in the economic sense of the word. A lot of money in Hollywood just cycles through Hollywood. Like Pillars of Snow mentioned, it's a bubble market. And it just sort of cycles through itself and just sort of causes issues as a result of that. That's why I call it incestuous, because, you know, incest is already kind of ugh. But the more you do it, the worse it gets. And hey, Hollywood! Two more. That's a good point. I don't know, Mike Romano. Now, the good news is that inch by inch, other development studios have started becoming a thing in the world in general. So, you know, alternatives to Hollywood already exist. They're just, it's like saying there's alternatives to YouTube. They're not actually competitors, right? Oh god, Hollywood accounting is one of the just... Like, I don't know how to put this properly. Hollywood accounting insults me. I don't know how better to phrase that. It is legitimately insulting to me that they not only do that, but that they get away with it. So anyways, yeah, let it burn. Honestly, let it explode. And what happens afterwards is a dice roll. But this is one of those situations where I think that letting the dice land where they will is a better option than continuing the incest bubble that is Hollywood. Button. There it is. I was trying to remember which button was the dash. It's okay, we're done with that dungeon unless we need to go grind in the future. You know what? Yeah, Shadow Machine, you're absolutely right. That the something that was a major character point in a Grand Theft Auto game is something that real life movie studios get away with on a yearly basis. Normally. That's just a thing. That's just a thing. I was gonna say, you remember the Batgirl movie, which was basically done? There's the asbestos shoes. I don't know. Improve. One last step. There we go. Anything else worth upgrading on the drill arm, or should I just not? Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna not. When do I get the homing missile? Apparently I should already have it by now. This is what my guide says. In fact, I should have had it on the previous boss. Okay, alright, let's figure out where to get the homing missile. So I have one of the items I need, but I don't have the other. It's in a trash can in the first town. Because of course it is. Let's see if we can find a trash can. And then go grind. I mean, probably Talmud. A lot of old cities, especially in Europe, have been spending decades at this point trying to transition into pure service economies. Because what else are you going to do, right? Whether it's a good or a bad thing, that's not something I am qualified to answer. But it is definitely a thing. Trash can, trash can. If anybody sees a trash can, say something. You know, that's a good point, Savacom. A lot of video games encourage you to loot trash cans. Not just stuff in general. Specifically trash cans. Like, that's normal. Up. That was not the trash can I wanted. Perfect. Okay. Let's kill this bird. There we go. I mean, real-life dumpster diving is actually legitimately dangerous on several levels. It's also illegal in several places, specifically because of how dangerous it is. There it is. That's what I wanted. But yes, Mega Man is set very in the future. This specific Mega Man is set very in the future. Door. 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 Oh my god. Yeah, I know it doesn't look like this happens like 1,000 years in the future, but trust us! Okay, we now have our primary weapon. The homing missile. So much for that vacuum I just improved. It's okay, it's okay. So let's do energy first. It is extremely true, Gum Gum. No, it's not. It is metaphorically true. It is not literally true. Let me give you a little tip. Okay, you ready for this? This is gonna blow your mind. And what I say is absolutely true. Most economists do not know what they're talking about. You can tell a good economist because they will admit that. You can tell a bad economist when they will not. Oh my god. So I just looked up how much money it's going to take to max out the homing missile. I'm just going to tell you, 3 million zenny. What's 3 million divided by 5,000? Just a random question. So I would have to kill that gold thing 600-ish times to do that. Yes, Lene Ruth, absolutely. I say that without hyperbole. If an economist claims to know what they're talking about, they are lying. It really does. It applies in a lot of cases. You're absolutely right. Thank you, Unicorn Scotch. Always. I will put that down for Batman Arkham City and Origins. No comment, Talmarid. Before the Oblivion line, yes, Saffron. After the Oblivion line, no.
They're here! Here they come! Wait until they get within range, then fire!
What?
Huh? Those aren't pirates? Oh no!
How did you know that after you shot us? What was the indicator exactly?
I'm so sorry. Really, I am. I can't tell you how sorry I am. I thought you were pirates. That's why we shot at you. Can you please forgive me? Please.
Seems like Glide and his bunch have heard there's a key to the motherload here. They've been attacking us for a while now.
We're all right. Our ship wasn't badly damaged either.
Don't worry about it, sir. I'll have the flutter fixed in no time at all.
Well,
Are we
things
stuck here?
around here right now. What with the pirates and all, but make yourselves at home. Feel free to visit the Diggers Guild.
If you say no, then you gain chaos points. Damn it! Okay. I was about to say, why would I save over my save? In a separate slot, though? Yeah, sure, we'll do that. Oh! Yeah, the reason why she's wearing those shorts is the same reason that is an advanced android. No, really, it's a big plot point of the first game. When the red... What? Okay. Right. So this is what they use to protect the island. The Decimator 5000. It's okay, she's not human, Gum Gum. Considering the level of cybernetics we're talking about here, she probably doesn't even have human skin at this point. Never mind internal temperature regulation, which is probably normal for people at this point. We're basically at war, right? I'm sure my husband will be fine, but I still worry. I wouldn't worry. I'll shoot him. Pizza. Wait, hold on. So they've got pizza, noodles, and then what looks like a salad, but also like clearly one of those, oh, what are they called? It's a Japanese dough thing. I can't think what it's called. And of course, then there's this hunk of meat. Look at that thing. That is a cube? Or like a trapezoid of meat right there. Look at that. That's bigger than my head. Literally. I'll admit I'm a coward. Anytime there's an attack, I hide here. Why must people fight? Damn it, we found X in this game. You must think I'm strange sitting here eating while all this is happening. I can't just sit around and do nothing, and this is all I can do. Oh yeah, I also just noticed that's a lobster or something. Probably a built lobster. As we talked about extensively in the actual Mega Man games, even by the time of the X series, most of the, you know, wildlife and plants of the world had already been replaced by artificial stuff. So by this point, who frickin' knows, right? I wonder what Dad's up to. I may not be able to fight, but I've still got a job to do, and to deliver this pie, which has a slice taken out of it. Who took this slice of the pie, woman? Was it you? Was it you? I was going to feed the people who fight. Obviously not you! You took a slice of the pie! We want to fight too, but we're kids. I played lots of video games. I bet I could take out pirates. Except I'm not tall enough to reach the controls. Aww. I've made meat pie. Meat pie is good. I've made mincemeat pie. So she wants a pig. Got it. Side quest we're never doing. Well, since I'm just rolling in money here, I'll get something for roll. Here you go, roll. Something nice. Hopefully. Think of it kind of like, it's almost like a casserole, Justin. That's not quite right. Think of it like a really thick stew. That's a good way to put it. Like really thick. Like eat it with a fork thick. And then it's in a pie. And you've got meat pie. You know my favorite thing about this song? It resets every time we zone change. No, not like a quiche. No. Like, seriously, Google image search meat pie. The images will do better than my descriptors can. Okay. Didn't mean about the music. The Guildmaster's waiting for you. We also offer the Digger's Test. Nope, I'm good. Nope, nope, nope. Don't want to increase the difficulty. Thanks! I'm good. God damn it, this sounds like a dungeon. I mean, it is a dungeon. God dang it. Oh, God! Gotta get that money. I need 3 million zenny. That's the homing missile, by the way. I wish I had the vacuum arm equipped, but, you know. I would buy Dishonored 2 for 50 bucks. For 500! That's a lie. But yes, Dishonored 2 is a great game. Yeah. Cool. So anyways, this is apparently part of the Digger's License quests, which we are of course not doing. Those pirates were just here a few hours ago. They destroyed our main gun. If they attack now, we're in big trouble. Of course, if we're lucky, they won't attack before we can get it fixed. I'm sorry for what happened before. We're all a bit jumpy. Ever since word about that key got out, we've been under attack by Glide and his bird bots. Hate to tell you this, but we've closed the ruins off to keep those blasted pirates from getting their hands on the key. Still, you're welcome to stay as long as you want. Of course, you can't go anywhere till your ship's repaired anyways. Why are you punching me?
Our spy has returned. He succeeded in sabotaging the anti-aircraft cannon.
They're probably running around like chickens with their heads cut off.
Piece of cake! This island will be a pushover!
Brag after we take it. Let's go! Ready?
I'm sorry, what? Music's changed. I mean, yeah, probably Gunga. Possibly faster than that. They're here, they're here! I knew they'd come. Now we're really in trouble. Do what you can. I'm gonna back to the room and arm the self-destruct device. I'm sorry, the what? Anyways, apparently this is the Digger's Guild ruins. Yeah, I was gonna say, this is a residential area. Well, anyway, since we're in such a hurry, we're gonna go and do this optional dungeon, because we're gonna get some money out of it. They can wait. Oh no, it's definitely a real chest. They really like... They really like leaning on that, don't they? The mimics, I mean. What's really funny is, and I noticed this earlier, mimics show up differently on the radar, so you can always tell it's a mimic or not. 100% of the time. So, you know. Let's go with fungus. I was actually just thinking to myself, there's not really a really good reason to kill enemies. I mean, you get money out of them, but not a lot. Not really worth the time investment. It is interesting to know that there are random enemy spawns, at least semi-random. Do you mind? Busy. Your evil knows no bounds. Why do you kill people? I just relax killing. Oh, okay. There we go. What's funny is I have stun and knockback resistance right now to Gordo. Now, I'm not sure if that reduces the stun time, or if it just makes it so that I get up quicker, or I don't get stunned as easily. I don't know. And we're done with the dungeon. Nice having a map, I gotta be honest. Okay. What do you think the drill's for, Pillagers? No. There we go. Alright. Dungeon over. Yeah, we pull a link. Actually, considering the tech level, it's entirely possible. The chest notes that we're there and want to open it. And it's like, oh yeah, no, I got you, fam. It just opens. So this is a complaint that I haven't decided if it's a negative yet. Why do we have to go to her to change our sub-weapon? Having to change the sub-weapon in general isn't great, but I can at least forgive that. But shouldn't that just be an option in the menu, rather than having to go to roll each time? That's the opposite of a quality of life feature. Yeah, I was gonna say, worst case scenario, maybe like a thing you could do while you're in a safe zone, aka out in town or whatever. Or any of the places where your drill doesn't show up. You get the idea. Actually, while we're here, I did want to do one quick thing. Not that, not that. This. No, that... God, the second upgrade costs 120,000 zenny. Jesus Christ. I mean, hell, you could even argue that that's an in-lore thing. No, think about it for a second. Given the levels of tech and teleportation and matter manifesting they have in this game, or in this setting, excuse me. Roll. I need to swap such and such. Okay, Mega Man. There you go. And boom, you're done. So, slot 2. So, there's a horrible, horrible memory I have of Mega Man Legends 1. And it's okay, because that's definitely not what's about to happen, right? Right. If the bird bots get through, the Guildmaster will trigger the self-destruct device.
Mission start!
Oh my god. Our armor is a bunch of wooden crates. You gonna let me? Okay. Kind of glad I brought the homing thing for this. Oh god, camera.
Keep going, Mega Man.
How long is this? Random question. No reason. Hang on, I've got bird bots to deal with.
The cannon won't activate unless you pull the lever to the right of the
I'm kind of busy, Roll. I also haven't even found the lever yet. Is this the lever? Game? 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 There you go! That's... So, okay. I want you to imagine something, Savacom. I want you to imagine there's a world that's completely fine and honestly doing pretty well for itself.
Alright, that should do it.
But it's also sitting on a giant pile of nukes that could go off at any moment.
Can you come over here and help us?
I read your roll.
Like, if for all intents and purposes, this world is doing fine, but there's an asterisk. We've already kind of poked at that asterisk in the first game, and I'm pretty sure we're going to be developing it more in the second one here. Oops. Yeah, whatever. Right. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, but there's also hints that they're going to be able to solve the energy crisis. They're just... Not that I want to give this game credit, but one of the big thematic cores of the Mega Man Legends series, at least in my analysis, is that people spend too much time paying attention to the old and don't spend enough time developing the new. There's several hints in these games that they could solve the energy crisis if they just sat down and did it. But notice what they're doing is constantly delving into ruins, pulling out old tech, and constantly looking for the motherload. Right? Everyone's all focused on trying to use the past instead of developing into the future. Now, it's not like you should abandon the past, but you get the point. Yeah, exactly, Bladeable. If they stopped relying on refractors so much, they could probably develop something new.
Mission start!
Now, we'll never know if they do that, because Mega Man Legends 3 is never coming out. Thanks, Capcom. Appreciate ya. Now, I want you to remember what I said about that theme, too, because that's going to come up in the ending of this game. So just keep that in the back of your mind somewhere. Actually, our Mega Man is penned in Savacom. That is in stone. That's happening. I am absolutely doing a rewrite on Mega Man. I know what you're thinking. Which Mega Man? And the answer is yes. I would not want to do this without the homing missile. Holy crap. Thank you, walkthrough. I don't know. That novel's really dark. Suffocon. Like, I wrote that when I was in a bad point in my life. I don't know. Excuse me. Well, I haven't decided yet, truthfully. The idea is, of course, similar to Star Wars, I'm not rewriting, A New Hope. I'm rewriting Star Wars. So, the logic would be to rewrite all of Mega Man, which would include the Legends era. Considering that the ZX series so seamlessly leads into Mega Man Legends, even though that was kind of done retroactively, we'll see.
Keep going, Mega Man.
Roll. It's actually funny you say that, Dakota. I feel like there's been a bit of a resurgence of twin-stick shooters lately. Or maybe just good ones? I don't know.
Mega Man, we're in trouble. They're attacking the dock, too.
Roll, get out of there!
I can't. We're not finished with the repairs.
If I go help Roll, this side will be defenseless.
Don't worry, Mega Man. Leave it to me.
I don't know. I hesitate to call anything in ZX well-written Pillars of Snow, but yeah.
I'll take care of them. You get to the dock.
Thanks! Good luck!
What is a human citizen and why is it a misnomer? Dum-dum. I've already said what I want. I want a Metroidvania, done like Metroid Prime. I'm sticking to that. I like that idea. I am, of course, presuming quality, but, duh.
Mission start!
You like how we aren't even killing them? Oh, I already don't like this. So this whole sequence sucks, obviously. I feel like I would be hating it a lot more if I wasn't using a walkthrough. And that's never a good sign. I hope you enjoy the audio, Imperial Star Destroyer, especially since we're probably done grinding. Are they just falling off to their deaths randomly? Good parts of the Mega Man story? Honestly, the world building comes to mind immediately. I like the idea of an artificial setting. The Treeborgs, right? A world in which technology is kind of doing some of the legwork in keeping the environment functional and operable.
What do they have on that ship?
A world without bugs.
That should take care of them.
Hey, Mega Man! They're up there on the roof! Come quick!
Mega Man, everything should be okay there now. You've got to get up to the roof. You can get there by using the ladder in the storage area.
Okay.
Other than that, the general aesthetic and tone of robots, androbots, and androids is something I'd probably preserve. Plot? In a Mega Man game? No. There's some really legitimate good ideas in the Mega Man series. The very concept of the Repliforce is something I've talked about before as being a great idea. I agree with Metz as well, honestly. The universal toolbots. But... oh, also, the very concept of robot masters and what that actually means in lore. I mean, isn't that true now, Gum Gum?
Mission start!
Yeah, I want to point out that I am literally exploiting the game and have an upgraded, grinded weapon. This is still not great. Oh my god. Okay. Mercy of the auto target here. I mean, we're literally spending energy to generate missiles. You can see it on the right there. Oh my god, stop targeting the ships when I'm actively being bombed. Look at this.
All of our assault teams have been shot down.
Inconceivable!
I told you not to underestimate them. How come we have to go to so much trouble over one little blue guy?
Blue guy? Are you talking about me? Blue? Are you talking about me?
No.
You're wearing purple, dude.
Guy down there.
Curses! Our plan may have failed, but we can't let that blue guy off this easy for our fallen comrades. Battle stations!
Probably not, Linareth. First of all, I'm not sure I'm capable of making a grimdark setting, and second of all, I'm not sure I want to. I love how many of these homing missiles are missing. I mean, I'm pretty sure everything I've ever written is dark. Even the stuff that ends happily ever after, which is actually most of it. Better than Lemon's pancakes.
Yeah, not bad for a primate. He's stronger than he looks.
Retreat! Retreat!
Okay. Well, that sucked. What do you think, Cycloud? For 5 seconds, you are now the reviewer. I mean, I think I've told this to you specifically before, Savacum. I like stories where the beginning of the sentence is dark, not the end of the sentence. You're joking, Cycloud. Okay. Yeah, let's grab a safety save state. No reason. We haven't actually used those yet. We haven't hit the cheat flag yet, but ugh. It's yeah. You notice they didn't give us a save or a heal after all that. We beat them off for now, but we didn't get them all. They're probably getting reinforcements at their base on Calbania Island. We might not be able to hold them off this time. Johnny and I were thinking, would you go to Calbania? We want you to destroy Glide's base there. Will you do that for us? Thank you so much. Don't worry about us while you're gone. We'll manage. I'm very worried about you because your defense was a freaking self-destruct. Well, I did spend a while grinding this morning, Cycloud, so... okay. That's true, they have some crates and a self-destruct. Yeah, of course it is, Gum Gum. Wait, we've left the future? God, that explains everything. This is not where I want to be. Well, what's the opposite of it? Either way, it's a lot easier to make a well-written dystopian or evil government than it is to make a well-constructed government. Because we already got blueprints for the former. There you are. Little snot. I'm never forgiving you for burning my pizza. Apparently one of the items we're going to get in this new area is called fried chicken. So that's cool. Sorry, the reason I'm pausing so hard here is I'm reading the entire next section of the walkthrough. Because I'm trying to figure out which button I should have here. And by button, I mean weapon. It looks like homing missile, so we will stick with the homing missile for now. What's our next improve thing? 120,000, 30,000, 30,000, 30,000, 30,000. Cool. So 120,000 for everything else, or 120,000 for the damage. Jesus. Okay, let's go. I feel like I want to get a save here. Okay. This should be extremely easy. We're in trouble. Our sister Shu's been kidnapped by the Clyde game. Aha! She's the only one who would take care of us. Without her, we'd be in trouble. Will you help us? Sure. Great, thanks. Let's go then. We'll show you how to get there when you get outside. Oh. Well, time to eat the pigs. Tasty, tasty pigs. That's a good question, Blade Javel. Okay. That's a thing. Guys, you don't have to. You don't have to. There's some good seltzer water. Yeah, this is how NPCs feel. Exactly. Just for you.
That's where they got you.
So that's their base. Don't worry, I'll get your sister out of there.
I don't think so. It's probably too hard for you. There's a wall on the other side that you may get through, but it's really high. Anyway, come with us. You'll see.
What? Wait, you'll get hurt.
You're joking.
Mission start!
Yeah, you know what? If they die, they die. Natural selection. Come on! Oh, whatever. Getting more and more annoyed at not having the vacuum arm equipped. How did... What? Okay, that's cool. Okay. Well, they lived.
Okay, Apple. Okay, Da. Okay. We ready.
How heavy do you think we are? Like, ignoring the fact that we are partially cybernetic, we are wearing a lot of armor.
All right then.
We also have essentially a replicator gun on one arm, and just a straight-up gun on the other arm. Now, granted, they're cybernetic too, but still.
Excuse me. I seem to have been captured. Can you help me, please?
She's evil.
Be quiet! Come! Keep your trap shut! Huh? Intruder! Intruder alert! Caca!
Ouch! You're hurting me! Mission start!
I don't blame you, Yura. I was talking about this literally last night with PAX. How many of you can name a game that you might otherwise enjoy, but there's a particular part of the game that just sucks? And either one of two things happens. Either you've never finished that game, because every time you reach that point, or, when you originally reached that point, you were just like, nope, I'm done. Or every time you do actually play through the game, you just kind of grit your teeth like, ugh, when going through it again. I've actually referred to this concept before as the GTA thing. Because every GTA game, except 5, has that moment. I'm not bringing that up for any particular reason right now. It's just on my mind for some reason. Yeah, FF12 and the moment you go to Curation. Not when you get to Curation. When you start going to Curation. Or... So the specific example we were bringing up was actually Final Fantasy VIII. Now, anybody who knows me knows I'm actually probably more positive about FF8 than most people I know. And, even I will say that the basketball scene pretty much sucks all kinds of terribleness. I know multiple people who have never beaten FF8 because they hit the basketball scene and then just noped out. He and I were actually thinking about, like, a hypothetical, how well will it review when we get there to the audit run. And what we came up with is probably about 12 negatives for that scene. No, really. Yeah, it hasn't gotten a lot of interest, Von Falkenstein. Specifically, that's 3 negatives for the fact that it's just a dumb idea to begin with. It's the amnesia trope done badly, also known as the amnesia trope. But then there's also the fact that it's barely foreshadowed. Now, it is actually foreshadowed. Just barely. Like, if you are really seeking it out, you will find, I think, a grand total of 3 NPCs in the entire game that kind of lead into that scene. So, not really built up to, which is a problem.
Anywhere nearby? You should be able to open the gate with it.
Yeah, exactly, Blade Chaval. Then, there's the fact that it never pays off, which is the other problem. So, it's a bad scene, it's not built up, it's not paid off. But then the last bit, the last 3 negatives, are for what I just mentioned, and it's kind of more of an ephemeral thing. But again, I know people who have never beaten FF8 because they got to that scene and noped out of it. We'll debate it when we get there, of course. What am I doing? Oh yeah, that's another thing. It is kind of the crux scene of FF8, which is bonkers. The fact that I mean, you know what a crux scene is, right? It's a scene that an entire movie or game or show or whatever hinges on. You get it. I mean, you know, the crux scene in the R Diablo rewrite is the one that comes to my mind immediately, but you get the point. Wow, this is fun. No, jump. Mega Man, jump. But the fact that the basketball scene is the crux scene of FF8 is just... that's just the worst, you know? What the hell is going on with this nonsense? Oh my god. I saw a sub, but give me a second, please, because I'm about to game over and then have to do this whole section over again. Actually, you know what? Hang on, let's just get out of here, because it said I could leave. Oh god, I can't. Can I just walk out? Is that a thing I can do? That's a good question, Pillars of Snow. I'm not sure. It will not be good. At all. I don't know if I'd call her stupid. I was pretty proud of the writing for her. Thank you very much. I was also proud of your acting of her, so there's that too. Thank you, Stuart, very much for that sub. Always appreciate. And if you know what you want that to go towards, please let me know. Okay, hang on, let me check the walkthrough, make sure I'm not missing anything here. It's okay, Lunarith, I know you secretly hate my writing. Sadness. Oh, I have to hit the birds, not the tower. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Okay, this should be fun. Keep that positivity going. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. We're just gonna do this. God, the frickin' cannons respawned. Good news is the birds don't have a lot of HP. Bad news is they're respawning or there's just more of them. And the cannon doesn't seem to be hitting them. You're seeing that, right? Yeah, we need the missiles to hit them. I think I just refilled those. Good thing I bothered to grind for like an hour this morning to be able to do what I'm doing right now. I could not imagine how irritating this is Buster only. That's not true. I can absolutely imagine how irritating it is. What he said. I'm not sure on Falkenstein. Rather than even begin to screw around, we're just going to go ahead and go refill again. Like, I am not playing. I suppose that's ironic when playing a video game. I ain't playing! But you... No! Shut up. Love how the music restarts every time you enter an area. Fried chicken! And the accessory pack. Let's see, is that everything? There's apparently also a cute piggy here. The HUD's kind of up to date. Kind of. There we go. Now the HUD's up to date. So, let's see what horrors await us in the 4th room. Tanks!
Mission start!
Good thing I can exploit the game, huh? Could you imagine if I couldn't? Or didn't know how to, which I didn't until I was told by SciCloud. Because the walkthrough doesn't mention how to glitch the game out. Glitching is the wrong word. Exploit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is just my life now. Right here. Missiles! Okay. I want to point out that if we hadn't literally grinded for an hour and maxed out our health, that would have killed us. Let's point that out, too. Yeah, the stun locking is real in this game. My goodness. Okay. You got it, Stuart. Give me one moment. Let me jot that down. So we got the Kingdom Hearts block, the Zelda block, that I'm very much looking forward to. We got any Tears of the Kingdom hoip in chat right now? And Fallout 76. Ah. Just use the brush. Half this darn thing for a reason. There we go. Okay. Defeat the robots guarding the tower. I probably should have saved after that last one.
Mission start!
Oh my god. Okay, okay. We've learned our lesson from last time. Missiles! Missiles! Is there any chance you could stop targeting the wrong thing, Brock? Could you do that for me, please? Well, I care a lot less about Jedi Survivor because it's a lot less funded. Like, the odds of us playing Tears of the Kingdom after the Zelda block are pretty much 100%. The odds of us playing Jedi Survivor this year are pretty low. Hence the variance.
There's a big window in the tower. I can see it from here. It's pretty high up. You'll probably need something to climb on to reach it.
Roll. Why would RoboCop make a mess? He's pretty good about that. Also true, Pillars of Snow. I will probably bake Fallen Order and Survivor into the same block for obvious reasons. That'll be a fun block. I might turn the diff down this time. I've proven I can beat that game on Master. I'm good. I don't have any ego to satisfy here. Cannot swap my left arm that I'm aware of. See, that's why we need to give Robocop an Incinerator's Act F. It's just, it kind of does some of the cleanup for us, you know? I actually agree, Von Falkenstein.
Did you find something to climb on? Try putting it under the window and see if you can reach it.
Oh, thank you for coming.
Get him!
Really? Really?
Oh, thank you so much for helping me. I couldn't have done it without your
At
brother.
least all the annoyance is
Let's
out of
get
the
out
way.
of here.
You're not getting away so easily. We'll take you with us. Game's over, Mega Man.
We better hurry.
Give it up!
Can't stop the bomb from going off!
Mega Man, come on! You, me, two blue guys!
If we can just get that gate open. We have to find the key.
You mean this key? I found it in the tower.
That's it. All right. Maybe we have a chance after all. Hold on to that key.
Okay.
Mission start.
Why is everyone suicidal? Oh my god, I've got 2 minutes to do this. Why is everyone suicidal here, by the way? That's just... Oh, hold up. Good thing I upgraded that, too! There's another thing I upgraded in that grind session. Oh, god damn it. Like, not suck. 5 seconds. Kinda, but I'm sort of busy right now because my auto-aim does not know anything. Where is she? Come here. Hee is not the correct reaction to this situation. See you around, Savicom. And they blow up their own base, because... Okay. Welcome back, Shu. It's nice to be back. I don't think they'll be bothering you anymore. Thanks, Blue Boy. I wish there was something I could give you as thanks for helping me. I know, a pig! Here you go. Half the misery? Oh my god. Just don't eat him even if you get hungry, alright? But he's a pig! Pigs are for eating and for helping with parasites in the farm. Ugh. Well, there's a sniper unit and a rusty bazooka in the ruins. So we should probably go do this. Delicious sheep. I'm not sure where the ruins are. Let's see if we can find them. You know my favorite thing about those sheep, Savacom, before you go? Every time I've streamed that game, I've pointed out the sheep thing. And every time I have at least one viewer who doesn't know about it, who's never been aware of the sheep thing in FF5. And every time there's at least one person who's like, wait a second. What? Yep. Now, we'll see if the trend continues, because we're streaming FF5 at least one more time. We'll get there, Blade Chaval. We'll get there. Alright, so hang on. There's an optional ruin here which has stuff, which we should probably go do. Wait, they added a toxic biome? Wow. Well, that's unfortunate, Blade Chaval. I'm afraid that means there's only one thing I can do with you. That's right. Skating! Or whatever they call this. Wow, that hurt! That was a large chunk of health. Jesus. Oh, I think that's it. Yep, there it is. Of course Roller would give us rollerblades. I don't even know what I was thinking. Entry to this oh, I don't have a Class A license. Well, okay, that's okay. No bazooka for us. So for those of you not aware, the way I turn is by turning the camera. That's why our turns are a little bit wonky. I can't actually turn in the traditional sense of the word while rollerblading. Yes, and probably, respectively. There's also some Zenny in there, which would be nice too, but whatever. Let's heal after walking around on the overworld. So the walkthrough says, I'd better do this or I will regret it later. And I believe the walkthrough. So we're going to swap our weapon to the Aqua Blaster. Can we even buff this thing? That's a no. You defeated Glidespace? Thank you so much. Well, that's that then. Maybe we can have some peace and quiet around. Wait, what's that?
very, very disappointed in all of you. You can't even capture a little island by yourselves.
Sorry, sir. Sorry.
Oh, Fear! We're done for! They're bringing in the main ship! What'll we do? We're doomed!
Bringing out the big guns, huh?
Why don't we try using the secret weapon you were telling us about?
Well, that won't make any difference. It's broken.
Well, I'll fix it then. Come on, Mega Man. Huh?
Hey, wait! Get her back, Mega Man! It's our job to stop the pirates, not hers!
That's your complaint here? Okay. The union job. I mean... Oh yeah, I agree, Cyclops. This is probably going to be one of those plus and minus for voice acting scenarios.
Roll, don't you think...
There, it's fixed. Here we go.
Huh? But...
Roll? You're... okay. Or both of them, Zoctaft. Just tell them, open season. Go nuts.
So what can they be up to now? Oh, it doesn't matter. Never mind. Go ahead. Just shoot them. Fire glide missiles.
Also known as most military commanders ever.
Oh, whoops. Sorry, Mega Man. It looks like it broke again. It's going to take a few more minutes to fix.
Okay. Okay.
Mission start.
That's easy. Just rewrite what the law means, Octave. Boom. Done. Everything's fixed. Didn't we do that on Falkenstein? I mean, the best one we have access to right now. But...
Can't you do anything right? Oh, that's enough. No more Mr. Nice Guy. We'll destroy the entire city. That way there will be nothing between us and the ruins.
Ultimate Glide Buster, fully charged!
Ready the Ultimate Glide Buster. I was hoping we wouldn't have to use it, but they have given us no choice.
Yep, we're just gonna go ahead and wipe out an entire city worth of people.
That should do it. Here we go.
What? Okay, in fairness, a sound weapon would actually be terrifying in real life.
Rule, it's working. See?
Like, you just vibrate that thing to pieces. But... that's...
Wait, stop! What are you doing? If you keep that up, you'll...
What?
We did it! We did it, Mega Man!
Wow, Rule.
We're safe now, thanks to you, Mega Man. Now we can open the ruins for you. The ruins are full of water. Oh no. Oh no. This firecracker has been passed down through our family for generations. So why did I need the water thing? Oh. Apparently if the missiles hit the thing, then it would... Okay, so... So now we'll go ahead and switch to the drill arm. Yeah, okay. We apparently didn't even need the fire extinguisher ability. Have I mentioned I hate this town? No reason, I just, you know, it's relevant. That also means we're not going to have the homing missiles underwater, but then again, they probably won't work underwater anyways, so whatever. Okay. Now, I'm not going to actually pause for lunch, but I do need to put my lunch in the oven. So I will be right back. The monkey understands. The monkey knows. Okay, let's do this. Come on. Yeah, I'm honestly really curious how bad this is going to be, because this whole section has kind of sucked.
The second key is in here somewhere. Be careful, Mega Man. Don't rush things. This is a really complex structure. Be careful you don't get lost.
Why would you say that? Go ahead and put those on now, while we're here. I mean, you just know this is going to end with some Eldritch Abomination thing, right, Dakota? I mean, that's right straight where they went with the ZX series. Hey, here's a robot that feasts on people's misery. It's actually not a robot, it's a person's soul. Except it's being split up and put into different chips.
There's something that looks like a large cliff in the room ahead of you. I'm not picking up any Reaverbots.
Question. I'm not picking up any reader, but I'm never listening to you again, Roll. Oh, there's an interesting thought. I wonder if we could have a Psychonauts 2 situation with this. Hey, Cycloud, have you played the Misadventures of Tron Bonne? Actually, I guess... Yeah, never mind. Never mind. Change my mind. Change my mind. Too expensive. Yeah, I'm lucky I got a digital copy. Oh no! Okay, for real. Am I making just blind jumps here? Apparently so. You all.
It looks like there's a door above you, but it's too high for you to jump to. Look around and see if there's anything you could climb on.
There's a door right here. It's a cheap frozen pizza. After the bank issue last week, I'm trying to hold back on expenses, so... The last shopping trip, I got a bunch of really cheap, crappy frozen food, and that's going to be my food for the week. Well, I don't know how long it's going to take a letter to get there, and I don't know how long it's going to take them to get it, and I don't know if they're actually going to do their due diligence and respond to me after they get the letter. So in short, I have absolutely no idea what's going on with the bank thing. If I were to guess, I'd say I probably won't get word about it until the end of the week at the absolute earliest. Probably more like next week. Yeah, I'm kind of with you, Cycloud. I feel like these could be some legitimately interesting things if they got a proper remake. Again, I point to Psychonauts 1 and 2 for an example of how you could take the same formula and put something, you know, much better out of it, right? Okay, so there's the mechanics notes. Wow, this is a large dungeon. Wait a minute, 4 years? What? How could you? How could you, Oculus? I trusted you. Also, remember, you can put that up 3 things if you want to. There's no splitting up, so it's not like if you click one thing, it gets more. It's just at no additional charge. But either way, thank you, Oculus. Welcome to the 4-year club. Okay, where am I? Okay, I see where I am. So I did that. We could... No, we can't do that. So I guess we'll do this instead. Okay. Thank goodness I have a map, right?
Really high.
Okay, if there's nothing else that interests you on the entire block... See, that's sort of discouraging. If the only game on the whole list that you're interested in is Vermintide 2, that's sort of discouraging, you know? Surely there's at least one thing, right? Like, maybe Darktide, for example, might be something you're interested in. Let's see, what else might you be interested in? How about Bolt Gun? 40k Bolt Gun?
It looks like the floor beneath you is filled with water.
Yep, nope, that's sort of exactly what I was expecting as soon as I saw that large room. I think so, Takodia. Alright, let's see how bad this is. Oh my god.
Maybe something's changed now that this area is filled with water. Since things are lighter in water, you can pick up things you weren't able to before.
Now, I should mention that getting this was optional. In fact, absolutely nothing anywhere indicated that that was a thing I could go pick up, other than the walkthrough. So, imagine getting to this point normally, which is what I would have done if I didn't start using a walkthrough today. And, this would have been my experience. Dragon Age! Dragon Age! Ugh! I spit on Dragon Age. Dewey! But okay. Thank you again, Oculus. I don't know why you're still watching me after 4 years, but I'm glad you are. You know, I kind of hope not, Blade Javal. Not that I have anything against Dragon Age, but that's a very large block that I would rather, you know, put off for right now. Because I have a lot of other things to stream first. Whoa, okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. I cannot describe in words how bad this feels. Remember, this is a commit jump game. You remember that? Okay, there it is. I was in the right direction. It's the wrong area. Well, I do hope to see more of you than not, Oculus. Okay, there it is. Right there. I can see this line here. Oh my god, this is so bad. This is so bad. Could be worse. You know, that's true. It can always be worse. I'm not sure that makes me feel any better in the moment. But that could be true. Oh my god! This is... Oh my god. Yeah, and just imagine... No, hang on. We can make it even worse than that. Imagine there's a turret in this room. And in this room, this turret is invincible. You cannot destroy it. You cannot defeat it. You just have to endure it while it's shooting at you while you're doing this. Also, imagine if this wasn't even an option at all. I mean, it does sound a lot like Castlevania 64, to be completely honest. I know some people like that game, so no judgment if you do. I am not one of those people. I will say this, Castlevania 64 isn't a game I spit venom at. You know, it's not a garbage game. It's just a game that was made by a lot of people who had absolutely no idea what they were doing, who made it at pretty much the worst possible time to make that game. Like, I've looked into the behind the scenes of Castlevania 64, and it was a mess. As a lot of early 3D games were. So, you know. Oh yeah, way too ambitious for the time. Oh yeah, we're gonna have 3 separate playable characters who all play differently. Right. Then again, I'm the weirdo who actually likes Lament of Innocence, so what the hell do I know? And I actually legitimately enjoy Curse of Darkness. Like, I had a lot of fun with Curse of Darkness, so what the hell do I know? So I want you to know that I'm staring at a map, and it's not helping. It was Cycloud, but I enjoyed a lot of the other aspects of the gameplay. The fact that it was an attempt to do a 3D Soten probably helped. There's a game I'm looking forward to. Bloodstained. Still haven't played that one. I think I'm gonna stop playing chicken with it and just give up on it ever having a co-op mode and get on with it. Oh, Mario 64 stomped the other 3D games of its time. Let's be clear about that. Something that not a lot of people really understand is that Mario 64 wasn't just inventing what 3D platforming was. It was doing so with years and years of the best and most experienced game developers in platforming at its back. There's a reason so many other games spent years trying to catch up to Mario 64. jump, can I? Yeah, sorry, I try not to get too much into the weeds with Castlevania titles, especially since the timeline for the Castlevania series is all over the place. Oh, that's a good question. Can I throw in midair? That's a good question. Let me give some phone hugs to my mother first. Phone hugs, exclamation mark. I hope you figure out your phone thing, comma. And enjoy your books, period. Phone hug. But yeah, no, I'm sorry. Mario 64, for all its flaws, stomped when it came out. I would honestly say that most other titles took until either the late N64 or the GameCube/PS2 era to catch up to Mario 64. We can. Oh, no! That's worse! That's so much worse than what I was assuming. And this is already terrible. Because now, what, right? Now we're gonna have to do this. Oh, I don't have to. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank you, Cycloud, for being a walkthrough. See, real talk, without a walkthrough, I would have done it. I would have gone ahead and just committed to it. I would just grit my teeth and been like, alright, just gonna put up with it. Because it's natural to assume that, just like Takoida did, just like I did. Okay. I'm not sure where to go. Hang on. Hi. Well, I already did 2 of them, Cycloud, and I wasn't aware there was anything in the 3rd one. Yeah, we did that one. So my map is probably misleading me, because the map says there's nothing in the one we didn't do, but... That one. Yeah, that looks like an empty notch or whatever. Yeah, sure. It's like that. So yeah, we went this way, which is the doorway I just referenced. And obviously we've been south and we came in west. A favorite style of classic Castlevania game? Do you mean gameplay style or like visual style? Those are 2 very different things. We already went down here, if that's what you're asking. We needed to drill through that right there in order to go to the southwest. And we went here because that's where we raised the water. Whoops, sorry. Oh! I see it. Thank you, Cycloud. Okay, I see it. We don't even need the damn things to get here. Alright, whatever. This is fun. Oh god. Meanwhile, Imperial Star Destroyer is like, this is my favorite level in the game. ISD, when you hear this, you have to tell me, is this your favorite level in the game? And then you have to answer why. Yep, I see it right here, right here. Yep, that's right. We didn't go over this because we had to go over, and that's what the block's for. Okay. I am found. I like that. ISD pauses and then it'll work just to type no. Setting the record straight. No. There it is. I hope so, Zoctaft. It's either that or he was paid money or doesn't care enough anymore. Yeah, they made it just tall enough that no. No. What? Okay, we did it. We made it over. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Ugh. Oh god, they're shooting steam, which is actually pretty terrifying when you think about it. Run! Run! Or don't. It's okay. Well, we're gonna pause for lunch in a moment here anyways. Run! 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 Plus to everything. We look ridiculous while we're falling. Oh god, steam was the bane of my existence. Actually, water was the bane of my existence, but steam was what I was going for. Okay, so we're gonna pause here. Because, yeah, I need to go grab my pizza. And I need to have lunch. And then I need to kill myself.